It began under a burning Mediterranean sun, a sea as blue as glass, an island starving beneath it, and a fleet sailing straight into hell. The year was 1942, and the war in the Mediterranean had reached its breaking point. On a map, Malta was a mere speck, a sun-baked rock between Sicily and North Africa. But in the war for control of the sea, it was everything. From its harbours, British aircraft and submarines struck at Axis convoys, cutting the lifeline of Rommel's Afrika Korps. To Germany and Italy, Malta was a dagger in the ribs of their supply routes. It had to be destroyed. For 2 years they bombed it without mercy, turning its cities to rubble, its people to shadows living in the dust. By August 1942, Malta was dying, starving, out of fuel, out of ammunition, its courage nearly gone. And then through the haze of defeat and fire came a desperate plan, one last convoy, one final attempt to save the island from collapse. It would be called Operation Pedestal, and it would become one of the most heroic naval battles in history. The mission was simple in words, impossible in practice. Take 14 merchant ships, loaded with food, fuel, and ammunition, and run them from Gibraltar to Malta, right through the most heavily defended waters in the world. Every mile of the route lay under the eyes of the Luftwaffe, the Regia Aeronautica, and the guns of Axis submarines and torpedo boats. The convoys that had come before, Harpoon, Vigorous, Halberd, had been mauled. Some never made it through, but Malta's survival depended on this one. If Pedestal failed, the island would fall, and with it the Allied foothold in the central Mediterranean. Winston Churchill himself called the convoy the most important of the war. It would carry over tons of supplies, enough to keep Malta alive, if even a few ships made it through. On August 10th, 1942, the convoy sailed from Gibraltar. Its escort was a fleet worthy of legend: 2 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 7 cruisers, and 32 destroyers, nearly 70 ships in all. At its heart, the merchantmen formed a single tight column, led by the tanker SS Ohio, carrying the precious fuel that Malta so desperately needed. The crews knew the odds. They knew that once they passed Sicily, the sea itself would become a gauntlet. Above them in Italy and Sardinia, German and Italian bombers were waiting. Beneath them, Axis submarines prowled the depths, and all along the coasts, fast attack boats, the deadly E-boats and MAS torpedo craft, lurked like wolves. For the next 4 days, the men of Operation Pedestal would live in a storm of fire. The first attacks came swiftly. On August 11th, as the convoy entered the narrow throat of the Mediterranean, waves of enemy bombers struck from the north. Dive bombers screamed down through flak, their bombs exploding among the ships. The carrier HMS Eagle, one of the fleet's most important, was hit by torpedoes from a German U-boat and went down within minutes, taking over 250 men with her. Flames lit the sea. The convoy pressed on. The air shook with the thunder of anti-aircraft guns. The merchant ships, each carrying the weight of Malta's fate, steamed through curtains of smoke and fire as fighters from HMS Victorious and HMS Indomitable clawed at the attackers above. For the next 3 days, the convoy endured relentless assault. August 12th, in particular, became known as the Day of the Eagles, one of the fiercest days of aerial combat ever fought at sea. German and Italian planes attacked in waves so constant that the sea was never still. The cruiser HMS Manchester was torpedoed and scuttled. The HMS Indomitable was crippled by bombs. One by one, the escorts fell back or sank. The sky turned black with smoke and oil. The sea boiled with fire. Yet still the convoy sailed on. The merchantmen, civilian sailors armed with little more than courage, kept going through wreckage and flame, their decks littered with the dead. Then came the night, and with it the torpedo boats, under the cover of darkness, Axis E-boats and Italian MAS craft, darted in among the ships like sharks. Torpedoes ripped through the formation. The freighters Santa Elisa, Warangi, and Almeria likes went up in flames. Survivors clung to wreckage as trace of fire stitched the black horizon. The convoy was dying, but not defeated. Out of the original 14 merchantmen, barely half remained afloat, and among them, limping but alive, was the SS Ohio. She was the prize, the heart of the mission. Without her cargo of fuel, Malta would still starve. The Axis commanders knew it, and they threw everything at her. On August 13th, the Ohio was hit again and again. Bombs shattered her decks. Torpedoes ripped open her hull. Fires burned from stem to stern. Her engines died. She was dead in the water, but her captain, Dudley Mason, refused to abandon ship. The destroyers HMS Penn and HMS Bramham came alongside, tying up with cables and towing her, holding her afloat with their own hulls as she sagged between them like a wounded beast. The ships moved as one, a slow, battered trio crawling toward Malta under endless attack. Bombers swooped low, strafing them. Submarines fired torpedoes. The Ohio's crew fought fires with their bare hands. Every explosion threatened to break her in two, but still she moved, still she came on. On the morning of August 15th, 1942, the Feast of the Assumption, the battered remnants of the convoy, finally appeared on the horizon of Grand Harbour, Valletta. The Maltese watched from the cliffs, their island still burning from months of bombardment, and wept. The Ohio, her deck barely above the waterline, was dragged into port, her precious fuel still intact. Of the 14 merchant ships that had sailed, only 5 had made it, but it was enough. Enough to keep Malta alive, enough to turn despair into hope. Churchill would later call it the most gallant and heroic convoy in all history. Operation Pedestal was more than a supply run. It was a symbol of endurance, sacrifice, and the will to fight when defeat seemed certain. It was proof that courage could defy logic, that men could face impossible odds and still prevail. Malta would survive, and from its airfields, Allied bombers would soon strike back, crippling Axis supply lines to North Africa, and turning the tide in the Mediterranean. The victory at El Alamein, months later, was born from the survival of Malta, and Malta survived because of Pedestal. Today, the wrecks of those ships lie beneath the sea, silent monuments to one of the most extraordinary acts of naval bravery in history. The Ohio's broken hull was later scuttled off the Maltese coast, her spirit forever tied to the island she saved. The people of Malta would later be awarded the George Cross for their courage, a nation honored for its endurance under fire. Tonight, we return to those burning waters, to the ships that sailed through hell, so that one island might live, and one war might turn. This is the entire history of Operation Pedestal. Malta's last hope convoy, the battle that proved, even in the darkest hour, the flame of defiance can still burn against the storm. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? The Mediterranean lies in a soft shimmer of blue, a sea that has carried empires and exiles for thousands of years. At its center rests a small island, sun-warmed and wind-carved, standing like a stone in the throat of the world. Malta, no larger than a whisper on the map, yet vast in the weight of what it carried. Sailors once called it the stepping stone of empires, a place where every ship passed and every storm broke. In 1942, it was a fortress without walls, surrounded not by friends but by endless horizons of danger. Above it, the sky trembled with the hum of engines that never brought peace. Yet below, the people continued, walking narrow streets, tending to small gardens and lighting candles against the dark. The bells of Valletta still rang for mass, even when the echoes came mixed with the sound of distant thunder. It was an island that refused to fall asleep, even when the world around it was burning, and from that sleeplessness came a strange kind of calm, the calm of those who have accepted that hope and hardship must live side by side. Morning came to Malta not with silence but with the slow rhythm of endurance. The sun would rise over limestone cliffs, painting them gold, and the harbour would gleam like liquid glass. Fishermen would push out their boats, even though fuel was scarce, and bombs sometimes fell without warning. Housewives swept the dust from their doorways, saving crumbs of bread for later, or perhaps for someone else. The air was filled with the scent of salt and smoke, and somewhere, always, the faint murmur of prayer. Churches stood scarred yet upright, their bells cracked but still calling. The people of Malta did not shout their defiance. They lived it quietly, with every small act of normal life. They waited for the ships that never came, and they endured what the sea delivered instead. Each day folded into the next like a page in an ancient chronicle of patience, and within that unbroken rhythm, the island's spirit deepened, preparing for what the world would soon send toward it. The war had turned Malta into both shield and target. To the Axis, it was the key to controlling North Africa, the line between their armies and the desert beyond. To the Allies, it was the last outpost keeping the sea routes open, a sliver of rock holding the weight of strategy itself. Every convoy that passed between Gibraltar and Alexandria depended on this tiny island's endurance. The soldiers stationed here called it the most bombed place on earth, yet they also called it home. The air raids came so often that children learned to count them like rainfall, their lullabies written in sirens. Beneath the stone city, tunnels became bedrooms and shelters became playgrounds, and through the night the island pulsed with the quiet strength of survival, an entire people breathing as one heart. The sea surrounded them like fate itself, and the world waited to see if that heart could keep beating. Each morning brought a fragile beauty that no war could erase. The sea sparkled, and the wind carried the scent of citrus from hidden groves inland. Soldiers stood on the bastions watching the distant haze of Sicily, close enough to feel the presence of the enemy. Letters from home arrived in fragments, carried by the same sea that carried bombs. In the narrow alleys, nuns whispered prayers over the wounded, and the old men at the docks spoke softly of the days before the war. To live in Malta was to balance between peace and peril, to find calm in the echo of danger. The world outside might rage, but here time moved like the tide, slow, steady, and eternal. The people's endurance was not loud or grand, it was the quiet refusal to disappear. In every face the light of defiance shone not as fire, but as a steady flame that wind could not touch, and in that flame the story of Operation Pedestal was waiting to be born. As spring turned toward summer, the island began to starve. Fuel grew so scarce that trucks sat motionless in the streets, their engines cold. Bread was rationed by ounces, and water came from cisterns that grew shallower by the day. Yet the people shared what they had, a few figs, a bit of oil, a handful of hope. Pilots from the Royal Air Force, thin from hunger, still climbed into their aircraft to defend skies that seemed endless. When the sirens wailed, mothers gathered their children and whispered stories to drown out the noise. The nights were long, but they were also strangely gentle, filled with starlight and the sound of waves against the harbour walls. Hunger and courage became indistinguishable. Part of the same breath, the sea around Malta seemed both friend and foe, bearing the promise of rescue and the threat of ruin. And in that uncertain balance, the island learned to endure without complaint. Even the enemy, flying above, must have sensed something unyielding in the way the island refused to die. Bombs could crush stone, but not the silence that followed. A silence made of prayer and dust. In the aftermath of raids, people would emerge from shelters, brushing off the rubble and beginning again, as if defiance itself were a daily ritual. The churches that stood half-ruined still opened their doors, and the faithful knelt beside fallen altars. The Maltese cross, carved into doorways and medals, became less a symbol of faith than one of endurance. Even the birds seemed to circle slower over the island, as if aware that this place was sacred in its suffering. Malta's strength lay not in its guns or walls, but in its stillness, the kind that outlasts every storm. Somewhere across the sea, men in uniforms studied maps and wondered how long it could last. But the island did not wonder. It simply endured, waiting for the sea to decide its fate. The world around Malta had become a chessboard of exhaustion. The Axis held Europe, the Allies held the dream of tomorrow, and between them lay this island, this heartbeat. Supplies could no longer reach it by air, and every convoy that tried was swallowed by the sea. To save Malta was to risk everything. To abandon it was to concede the Mediterranean. Yet even as the British Admiralty debated, the islanders themselves never doubted. They had endured for months under the heaviest bombardment of the war, and still they sang hymns on Sunday mornings. The walls of Valletta bore scars of fire, yet the voices within spoke of gratitude rather than grief. Each day that passed was a quiet victory, each breath a defiance of history's weight. And through that endurance, a decision began to take shape, one that would soon send a convoy into the heart of danger. By the middle of 1942, the world had begun to whisper that Malta was doomed. Newspapers called it a fortress in famine, and even Churchill, with his usual defiance, knew that time was running out. Yet on the island, the people spoke not of surrender, but of waiting. They had faith that the sea which isolated them might one day deliver salvation. The priest reminded them that all storms, however long, eventually end, and the soldiers along the cliff stared westward each evening, watching the horizon for shapes that never came. The harbour slept in silence, its cranes motionless, its waters dark with oil. In that stillness, something ancient stirred, the belief that no place truly dies as long as someone remembers it. Malta had become more than a fortress. It was an idea, an embodiment of endurance. And in the quiet between sirens, the promise of hope began to rise again. As the summer deepened, word began to spread across the seas. A convoy would sail. Ships would come bearing food, fuel, and the fragile thread of survival itself. For the islanders, this was not just strategy, but salvation. For the men who would sail, it was a mission from which few expected to return. The sun over Malta burned as it always had, indifferent and eternal. The sea glittered with its usual serenity, hiding its dangers beneath. Above the island, the air grew still, as if holding its breath for what was to come. In the churches, candles were lit for ships that had not yet left port. The people of Malta stood on the edge of hunger and hope, waiting for the sound of engines beyond the horizon. And so quietly, the story of Operation Pedestal began to take shape, carried forward on the same wind that had once brought every empire to these shores. A wind that whispered, the island that wouldn't fall, must now be saved. By the spring of 1942, Malta existed in a state of perpetual twilight between endurance and collapse. The sky that once glowed with sun and salt now carried a constant murmur of engines, a mechanical thunder that seemed to have no beginning and no end. The island's days were measured not by hours, but by air raids, sirens rising and falling like breath. Shelters dug deep into limestone became homes, schools, and sanctuaries. In the darkness below, families huddled together, whispering stories to make time pass, their words mingling with the heartbeat of the earth. Food had become a memory, fuel a rumor, and fresh water a daily trial of patience. Yet even as hunger hollowed the faces of the living, the will to endure did not falter. The Maltese had learned to move through fear as one moves through fog, slowly, quietly, and always forward. Above them, the war raged in the clouds, yet beneath the ground life continued with remarkable grace. And each dawn, when the people emerged again into the sun, they looked upon the shattered streets and said, simply, that they were still here. The siege was not a single moment of terror, but an endless rhythm of deprivation and resolve. Ships could no longer reach the harbors without being hunted by bombers and submarines. Convoys that tried were lost to the sea, their cargoes burning beneath the same sun that baked the island's stone walls. The air was heavy with the scent of smoke and brine, and even the wind seemed tired from carrying so much sorrow. Children grew thin, their laughter softer now, but still present, like small notes of defiance in a dark symphony. Hospitals ran on the edge of exhaustion, nurses rationing bandages as carefully as bread. The soldiers who guarded the coastlines watched the horizon, knowing that the enemy lay just beyond sight, close enough to be felt. Days blurred together, each one a repetition of alarm and silence, fear and endurance. Yet within that repetition grew something profound, a patience carved by necessity, and a courage born from quiet suffering. And beneath the weariness, the question began to echo softly, how long could they hold out before the sea stopped answering? The Royal Air Force on Malta lived on borrowed time. Their planes were worn, their engines coughing like tired lungs. Mechanics scavenged parts from wrecks, working by lantern light, through nights filled with distant explosions. Pilots slept beside their aircraft, ready to scramble at a moment's notice, their dreams filled with the hum of flight and the smell of oil. They were called the Few of Malta, and their defiance was both practical and sacred. Each sortie they flew protected not just the island, but the idea that survival was still possible. When food ran low, they shared what little remained with the civilians who had nowhere to fly. When fuel dwindled, they conserved it for missions that mattered most, knowing each takeoff might be their last. In the skies above, the balance of the war hung on fragile wings that refused to give way, and in their exhaustion, they found the same quiet rhythm that sustained the island below, a rhythm that whispered of endurance without end. Life underground became a world of its own, a hidden city built from darkness and dust. Families carried candles, lamps, and whatever light they could find into the stone corridors. There were whispers of songs and the sound of babies crying, mingling with the low rumble of bombs far above. The shelters smelled of damp rock and human closeness, of earth and hope pressed tightly together. Some people carved names into the walls, as if to remind the future that they had once lived here. Others prayed silently, their faith stripped of grandeur, reduced to the simple wish to see another morning. Occasionally someone would emerge during the brief pauses between raids and look upon the island, the sea, the ruins, the endless sky, before descending again. The outside world seemed to grow smaller each day, reduced to the few steps between safety and the open air. And yet, even in this dim existence, the Maltese found ways to smile, to share, and to remain human. For in that dark stillness, they had discovered that endurance could be a form of light. The siege brought with it an eerie quiet between storms. When the bombers withdrew to refuel, a strange peace settled over the island, heavy and tender at once. Birds would return briefly to rooftops, and children would chase shadows between broken walls. In those moments time seemed suspended, as if the war itself were holding its breath. Farmers still tended small patches of soil, growing whatever the earth could yield: potatoes, onions, and hope. Women drew water from wells, counting each drop as though it were gold. The silence was fragile, yet it carried the weight of everything that mattered. It was in these pauses that the people of Malta rediscovered themselves, not as victims, but as witnesses to their own strength. Each quiet hour was a prayer that the next raid might not come. And when the sirens began again, the island sighed, gathered its courage, and descended once more into the stone embrace below. Starvation came not with suddenness, but with slow, patient cruelty. Rations were reduced until meals became symbols rather than sustenance. Bread once taken for granted was sliced thinner each day. Oil and sugar became rarer than silver. The government issued leaflets on how to survive with less, though there was hardly anything left to spare. Yet no one spoke of surrender. Not the soldiers, not the priests, not even the children who dreamed of food. Instead, they found humor in small things: the taste of a single tomato, the warmth of sunlight after the all clear. The siege had turned deprivation into a form of unity, binding everyone in a shared rhythm of scarcity and grace. Even as weakness spread, the will to resist deepened like a root seeking water in the desert, and so hunger became not a breaking point but a bond, linking every life to the other in quiet endurance. The sea beyond still glittered, mocking and magnificent, holding within it both the cause of their suffering and the promise of salvation. Messages from London brought little comfort. The Admiralty praised Malta's courage, but praise could not fill an empty stomach. Rumours spread of relief convoys destroyed before reaching halfway, of ships swallowed by the same silence that hung over the harbours. The people of Malta had become accustomed to disappointment, yet they carried on with a kind of weary dignity. Pilots patched their uniforms, priests repaired their altars, and fishermen mended nets they could not yet use. It was said that even the enemy respected Malta's endurance, that German pilots referred to it as the Island of Iron Hearts. The Maltese did not seek such titles. They simply wanted to live through another day. Still beneath the patience, there was a rising undercurrent of longing, for rain, for bread, for deliverance. And though no one dared to say it aloud, the thought flickered through every heart: if salvation did not come soon, the island that would not fall might simply fade away. By midsummer, the siege had taken everything but spirit. The air was thick with dust and faith, with the quiet resolve of those who had nothing left to lose. Valletta stood scarred but unbowed, its domes gleaming faintly in the sun, its streets alive with the slow rhythm of survival. The people had stopped asking when it would end. They now asked only what would remain when it did. Across the sea, far beyond the horizon, a decision was being made, one that would test courage not only in Malta, but in every sailor who would set course for it. The silence before that decision was long and weighty, like the pause before a storm that might either cleanse or destroy. And in that silence, Malta waited, steady as stone, listening for the distant promise of engines. The siege had not broken them, it had shaped them into something stronger, quieter, and infinitely more enduring. Beneath the endless hum of war, A whisper began to travel from shore to shore, a whisper that spoke of rescue. And so, the story drifted toward its next chapter, toward the gathering of ships that would one day be called Operation Pedestal. In the summer of 1942, when Malta's hunger had become more silence than sound, a decision stirred across the sea. In London, the British Admiralty met in rooms dim with smoke and worry, their maps marked by red lines of loss. Every convoy that had tried to reach the island before had ended in fire, yet the sea still beckoned, a cruel invitation to try again. The island that would not fall had earned not just admiration, but obligation. To abandon Malta would mean surrendering the heart of the Mediterranean. To save it might mean sacrificing nearly everything left to give. The decision did not come with speeches or ceremony, but with a quiet nod, a resolve as heavy as the sea itself. Plans began to take shape, under the name Operation Pedestal, a title chosen to suggest foundation, endurance, and the weight of something that must be held aloft. The goal was simple in words, impossible in practice: carry food, fuel, and hope to an island ringed by enemies. For the first time in months, the word relief returned to the air, as fragile as the flutter of a dove's wing, and from that fragile motion, the idea of hope began to rise once more, steady as the tide that never forgets its shore. The convoy would be vast, almost ceremonial in its scale. 14 merchant ships guarded by more than 60 warships, a floating city of steel bound for danger. From aircraft carriers to destroyers, each vessel bore a purpose that transcended its weight and weaponry. Together they would cross the Strait of Gibraltar, pass between Sicily and Tunisia, and deliver salvation to Malta's starving people. The sailors knew the cost before they departed. They had seen the sea's cruelty and understood the odds. Yet the mission's very existence seemed to awaken something long dormant, the belief that courage, when shared, could become a kind of calm. It was not bravado that filled those ships, but a quiet sense of necessity, like the turning of seasons that must complete their cycle. Letters were written, sealed, and left behind, but the men smiled when they sailed, as if fear itself had become familiar company. In the Admiralty, the plan was described as a calculated risk. To those who would carry it out, it felt more like destiny. And as the ships prepared to gather, a new rhythm began to echo across the sea, the slow rising beat of hope's return. The Admiralty called it Operation Pedestal, but to the sailors it was simply the run to Malta. Every name given to it carried a kind of reverence, as though language itself could lend strength to steel. The plan was born not from confidence but from necessity. Without it, Malta would fall, and the Mediterranean would become an Axis lake. Each ship was chosen with care: tankers for fuel, freighters for food, and warships for protection, all bound together by a single, impossible purpose. At the heart of the convoy stood the Ohio, an American-built tanker lent to the British, strong and steady, like the faith of those who sailed her. Around her gathered destroyers, cruisers, and aircraft carriers: Eagle, Indomitable, Victorious, names that spoke of pride even in exhaustion. The convoy's route was known to be deadly, watched by submarines and aircraft that ruled the skies above. Still they prepared, not with the fire of ambition, but with the stillness of resolve. Every bolt tightened, every chart studied, every prayer whispered. All spoke of men who understood the weight of what they were about to do. And somewhere beneath the strategy in the steel, the idea of hope glimmered faintly, like starlight over dark water. Far away, in the shelters of Malta, the people sensed that something was changing, though no news had yet reached them. Whispers passed from street to street, carried like wind through the narrow alleys of Valletta. Perhaps a convoy was coming, some said, Perhaps help was on its way. Others dared not believe it, for disappointment had become too familiar a guest. Yet even the doubters looked toward the sea with a kind of longing, watching the horizon for shapes that were not yet there. Hope in Malta was no longer loud. It was quiet, cautious, learned through years of endurance. But still it breathed, hidden beneath every ration card, every whispered prayer, every small act of survival. The people did not know when the ships would come, only that they must, for life on the island had reached the edge of the possible. And as the days passed, even silence began to sound different, as though the sea itself was holding a secret in its depths. For those at sea, the preparation became a meditation in movement. Crews drilled without urgency, their tasks performed with a kind of calm ritual. The clank of anchor chains, the folding of charts, the soft hum of engines testing their strength, all sounded like hymns to patience. They knew the voyage would be one of constant danger, yet there was peace in knowing their purpose. The Mediterranean lay ahead, vast and gleaming, its beauty unchanged by the war that consumed it. Officers stood at railings in the dusk, watching gulls circle and disappear into distance. The horizon offered no promises, only a line between courage and fate. Still the ships gathered, one by one, until the harbour seemed to breathe with their presence. And in that collective stillness, every sailor understood that history's course was about to turn again. The convoy had not yet sailed, but already the sea could feel the tremor of its coming. In Gibraltar, where Atlantic winds met the warmth of the Mediterranean, the fleet assembled like a congregation awaiting prayer. Each ship bore its own scars from previous battles, yet each stood ready for what lay ahead. The crews exchanged nods rather than words, their silence filled with meaning that no speech could improve. There was no illusion of safety. Every man aboard knew that the passage to Malta was a descent into peril. Yet there was something almost sacred in their calmness, as though each one accepted that the measure of life was not its length, but its purpose. The harbours echoed with low voices, engines starting, and the distant sound of waves against stone. To some it felt like farewell, to others it felt like the beginning of something greater. As the sun set over Gibraltar, the ships seemed to melt into gold, their outlines soft against the sea. The world held its breath, knowing what would follow, and through that stillness, the quiet idea of hope drifted forward, steady as a promise. In London, the planners could only wait. Charts were studied, telegrams dispatched, and prayers offered in their own silent ways. The Admiralty knew that once the convoy left Gibraltar, it would be beyond help, too far from air cover, too deep in Axis territory. Yet they also knew that if it succeeded, Malta would live, and with it, the Allied foothold in the Mediterranean. The men behind the desks and the men upon the decks were bound by the same thread of fate, stretched taut across thousands of miles of sea. In quiet moments, they thought of the islanders, of children waiting for bread, of pilots who fought on empty stomachs, of bells that still rang for faith in a broken city. It was for them that the risk was taken, not for glory or gain, but for the preservation of something human amid the machinery of war. The plan was written in ink, but carried in hearts that had already accepted loss, and in that acceptance they found clarity, the kind that turns fear into resolve, and resolve into hope. When dawn finally came, the fleet began to move, slow and majestic beneath the rising sun. The sea opened before them, like a long, uncertain road, bordered by invisible dangers. The sailors watched the horizon, some thinking of home, others of Malta, all aware of the fragility of what they carried. Hope had been reborn, but it was not yet safe. It needed to be carried through fire and storm, across waters that had swallowed so many before. The world's attention turned quietly toward the Mediterranean, where destiny moved at the pace of ships. For those aboard, there was no turning back. The decision had already been made when they raised anchor. Each wave that broke against the hull seemed to whisper the same word: onward, and so they sailed, bound for an island that refused to fall, carrying the fragile weight of the world's belief. The idea of hope had become motion, and motion had become faith, and beyond the horizon, the shadows of war waited, patient and vast, for the convoy that dared to challenge them. The harbour at Gibraltar was filled with quiet purpose, the kind that hums beneath the surface of a great undertaking. Morning mist curled between the anchored ships, softening the outlines of steel and smoke. Men moved slowly along the decks, carrying supplies, adjusting ropes, speaking in low voices that vanished into the sea breeze. The convoy was coming together, 14 merchant ships, 64 warships, each one bound by duty to a small island far across the Mediterranean. The names alone carried a quiet weight: Ohio, Eagle, indomitable, victorious. Some of these would not survive the voyage, though no one said it aloud. Letters were written that morning, some short and uncertain, others long and strangely peaceful, as though the writers already knew their fate. The air smelled of oil, salt, and fresh paint, the scent of readiness before uncertainty. Beneath the calm there was the faint thrum of engines being tested, a mechanical heartbeat pulsing through the water, and as the sun rose higher, the fleet seemed to shimmer with a strange collective stillness, the calm before something immense. Each ship had its own story, its own rhythm of sound and motion. The great aircraft carriers loomed like floating fortresses, their decks alive with mechanics and pilots, preparing the fragile planes that would guard the convoy. The merchantmen, slower and unarmored, waited with patience that felt almost human, as if the ships themselves understood their purpose. Among them, the Ohio stood out, her steel hull scarred from past service yet gleaming with quiet resilience. She carried not just fuel, but the hope of Malta's survival. Sailors watched her with a kind of reverence, knowing that if she reached the island, she might save thousands. The water lapped softly against the docks, the only sound in moments when work paused and thoughts turned inward. There was pride in the air, and fear too, though it wore the disguise of routine. And through it all ran a thin thread of something tender, a shared understanding that courage often looks like quiet persistence. The harbour wind carried that feeling across the decks, binding men and machines in unspoken accord. The officers spoke in calm tones, outlining the routes, the dangers, the escort formations that would shift as they entered Axis-controlled waters. Maps lay open on tables below deck, lines drawn like veins through the vast blue of the Mediterranean. It was a plan built on precision and prayer, for both would be needed in equal measure. The men studied the charts, memorized their orders, and said little else. There was a discipline in that silence, a kind of serenity that grew from knowing the odds and accepting them. The Mediterranean, so often beautiful, had become a place of endless watching eyes, of unseen dangers, waiting just beyond the horizon. Yet even as this truth settled over them, no one faltered in their duty. To move forward was all that remained. The hum of readiness filled the air again, as though the ships themselves were listening to the fate being drawn around them. And in that hush, the convoy began to feel alive, not as separate vessels, but as one great living thing. Night settled softly over Gibraltar, bringing with it a calm that felt both heavy and sacred. Lights aboard the ships were dimmed, small glows in the darkness, like scattered stars reflected on water. Some men prayed, others slept, and a few stood at the rails staring into the Black Sea, lost in thoughts too wide for words. The gentle creak of metal and the whisper of waves were the only companions. Somewhere in that stillness, fear melted into acceptance, replaced by a quiet clarity. They were about to do something that mattered deeply, something that might never be remembered in their names, but would live on in the survival of others. A gull cried once, its voice faint against the hum of distant engines. Even the wind seemed to soften its edge, as though unwilling to disturb what was gathering there. In that moment, Gibraltar was no longer just a port, it was a threshold, and with the coming dawn, they would cross it. When morning came again, it brought colour back to the world in shades of pale gold and grey. The ships rocked gently in their berths, sunlight glinting off the metal, like light on water lilies. Breakfast was brief and quiet, shared between men who spoke of weather and nothing more. Yet in their faces there was the knowledge of what lay ahead. The narrow straits, the enemy planes, the long silence between attacks. The convoy would need to move as one, its rhythm dictated by discipline and luck. Orders passed swiftly, voices calm but firm. Engines roared to life in a slow, steady crescendo, like a choir finding its harmony. Smoke rose from funnels, curling upward until it became part of the morning mist. And for a moment all hesitation dissolved in motion. The sea opened before them, vast and waiting. As the fleet began to move, Gibraltar's rock stood silent behind them, its grey cliffs softened by distance and light. The men on deck looked back only once, then turned their eyes eastward toward the unseen islands beyond the haze. Each ship fell into formation, a graceful geometry of steel and purpose. The destroyers spread out like wolves guarding their flock, while the carriers and cruisers held the heart of the column. The merchantmen moved at their slow pace, steady and unhurried, their hulls heavy with the cargo of hope. Above them, the sky stretched clear and indifferent, its calmness an uneasy blessing. The water shimmered beneath the sun, too beautiful to belong to war. Voices carried across the decks, fragments of laughter, quiet commands, and the murmur of engines blending with the wind. And as the shoreline faded, so too did the illusion of safety. Ahead lay the long passage to Malta, and everything that word meant. The convoy's rhythm soon became a kind of music. A slow, methodical heartbeat that pulsed through the sea. Waves struck the hulls with gentle insistence, and the sound of chains and pulleys echoed like a soft percussion. The sailors found comfort in the repetition of tasks, checking bearings, cleaning decks, watching horizons that seemed to stretch forever. Above them, aircraft circled in lazy patterns, their shadows fleeting across the decks. The war for now felt distant, a hum behind the serenity of open water. But beneath that stillness, every man carried an awareness of how fragile this peace was. A single sighting, a single radio transmission, could change everything. They spoke less as the day went on, each lost in the rhythm of duty. The sunlight warmed their backs, the sea sparkled like glass, and still they moved forward. And in that forward motion lay something both solemn and beautiful, the quiet courage of beginning. By the second evening, the convoy was far from any shore, surrounded by nothing but water and sky. The horizon glowed with the faint line of sunset, soft pink fading into deep blue. The men watched in silence, the beauty of it catching them off guard. Even in war, the sea gave moments of grace, and those moments stayed with them longer than fear. The ships sailed in perfect formation, each one keeping pace as though guided by an invisible hand. The air was cool now, and the stars began to appear. patient witnesses to all that would come. Somewhere deep within the Ohio, the fuel shifted in her tanks, reminding her of her burden and her destiny. A murmur passed along the decks. Tomorrow the enemy would know they were coming. But tonight there was still calm, still light, still time to breathe. And with that breath, the fleet moved deeper into the waiting dark, toward the storm that would soon find them. Beneath the calm surface of the Mediterranean, shadows waited with patient stillness, unseen by those above. The water seemed empty at first glance, a mirror reflecting the sky and sunlight, soft and unbroken. Yet far below, submarines from Italy and Germany drifted silently, their crews listening to the faintest vibrations, reading the sea like a language of whispers. Sonar pings echoed in the hulls, a quiet, rhythmic pulse that guided unseen hands. Minefields lay hidden, their cold presence marking invisible lines of danger. The men in the convoy could not see these threats, could not imagine the patient eyes following every wave, and yet the knowledge of danger seemed to thicken the air, making the sun brighter, the sea quieter, and each breath more deliberate. It was a waiting that required no sound, for silence itself had become the instrument of strategy. And as the convoy moved, the shadows beneath slid effortlessly through the blue companions to the water's gentle sway, so the ships sailed onward, unaware of the eyes that tracked them, moving into a world of patience and hidden intent. The submariners knew the rhythm of these waters, the ways that tides could carry a sound or betray a shape. In the dim red light below deck, they charted courses and whispered coordinates, every movement deliberate and measured. They were calm in their focus, their nerves coiled like springs under the pressure of the sea. Each depth charge set in preparation. Each hydrophone listened to the quiet symphony of engines and waves. Time moved differently beneath the surface. Minutes stretched into hours, and hours felt like days. The men spoke little, for words might break the spell of concentration. They sensed the convoy above, a faint vibration along the hulls, and knew that in these hours, life and survival were tied to patience and timing. Even as the ships glimmered in sunlight, the submarines remained ghosts, their presence felt only by the sea itself. And in this delicate balance, danger existed without urgency, a quiet pulse beneath the calm of the waves. The ocean carried its secrets, and both hunter and hunted moved within its soft embrace. Above, the convoy continued in disciplined silence, the engines humming a gentle counterpoint to the hidden world below. Sailors tended to minor repairs, wrote letters home, or simply watched the horizon as it shifted through shades of blue. The water broke softly against the hulls, and gulls circled lazily overhead, unaware of the peril beneath. Even the rhythm of waves seemed to speak in hushed tones, as though sharing knowledge with those who could listen. The merchantmen moved steadily, burdened with cargo that might tip the balance of the war. Aircraft carriers kept their small patrols aloft, wings cutting through the sunlit air with calm determination. Each man felt the weight of responsibility, yet beneath it ran a thread of serenity, the quiet acceptance that the sea must carry them forward. And in the hum of engines and the soft slap of water against steel, there was a sense of unity, fragile but unwavering. The convoy pressed on, unaware that beneath the calm the Mediterranean itself was alive with observation. And as the day deepened, the shadows below followed without haste, a silent choreography that would shape what lay ahead. The waters around Sicily were known to be treacherous, full of currents and reefs that could strain a ship's hull even without the threat of war. Maps in dimly lit rooms marked these dangers in careful detail, red lines tracing channels to be avoided. black dots showing where others had been lost. Sailors consulted charts and compasses, their movements precise and methodical, yet there was a soft tension in every gesture, a recognition that nature itself could be an ally or a threat. Above the waves, sunlight danced, glinting off the steel of the convoy like scattered diamonds. Below, the submarines adjusted their depths, their shadows moving through the currents, with the grace of predators who did not hurry. The sea carried the scent of salt and fuel, of warmth and expectation, blending the familiar with the uncertain. In every gentle swell, in every sigh of wind, the layers of anticipation grew, subtle yet persistent, and as night fell toward the edge of the horizon, the hidden watchers continued their silent vigil, patient and untroubled. The convoy, moving with calm determination, had no idea how closely fate traced their path beneath the waves. The mechanics aboard submarines worked with quiet hands, checking instruments and making minute adjustments, aware that a single error might give away their presence. Depth gauzes glimmered in the low red light, marking a world of pressure and shadow. The men listened to the hum of the propellers above, translating sound into movement with almost instinctive skill. There was a meditative rhythm to their labor, a slow pulse that matched the ocean's heartbeat. Outside, currents flowed past like invisible rivers, carrying both the promise and threat of movement. The crews had become attuned to the subtle language of the sea, the shift of water, the faint echo of propeller blades, the whisper of steel against steel. Even the faintest bubble or disturbance could signal a world far above that required their attention. And yet their calmness never wavered, for panic underwater serves no one. The shadows beneath and the ships above moved in parallel, separate yet bound by the same liquid expanse. In that silent coexistence, tension stretched like a soft thread, delicate but unbroken. The first evening brought a gentle swell to the sea, a quiet undulation that rocked the convoy with soft insistence. Sailors moved about in the fading light, adjusting lines and checking cargo, the rhythm of their work almost hypnotic. Each ship seemed to hold its own space in the vast blue, steady and unshakable in its place. Above, the sky deepened to a muted gold, reflecting across the water with a serene glow. The submarines drifted below, shadows gliding silently through the currents, invisible yet aware. Every shift in the convoy's formation was noted in the hush beneath the waves. Maps and charts in the control rooms of the U-boats were traced with fingers as light as air, plotting courses that might meet or avoid the surface ships. The night stretched slowly, carrying anticipation in its folds, a quiet tension felt but not spoken, and as the first stars began to appear, the sea held its breath, patient for what was to come. The convoy moved forward, unknowing of the guardians and watchers hidden in the blue. Evening brought more than darkness. It brought reflection. The sailors above felt the soft ache of fatigue in their shoulders, the gentle reminder of hours spent in concentration and quiet labor. Some leaned against railings, letting the wind wash over them, tasting the salt and sunlight lingering even as night settled. Below, the submariners adjusted instruments, noting the faint signature of the convoy, careful not to disturb the surface's calm. Each world existed within its own rhythm, separated by meters of water, yet intertwined by the inevitability of contact. The lull of engines, the sigh of the wind, and the quiet murmur of waves became a kind of language, one that spoke of patience, endurance, and understanding. The convoy had no idea how closely it was watched, nor how the invisible rhythm of the ocean would guide its fate. And still the ships moved forward, propelled by duty, courage, and the unspoken hope of those waiting far away. Night deepened, Yet in its quiet there was no fear, only the soft pulse of anticipation, and beneath it all, the shadows waited, patient as the sea itself, for the moment when motion would meet stillness. The following morning brought calm skies and gentle seas, but with them came a renewed awareness of the journey's stakes. Crews checked engines and lines, their movements fluid, almost meditative, as the Mediterranean stretched endlessly around them. Every wave seemed larger now, carrying weight not just of water, but of anticipation and consequence. The submarines below held their breath with the same patience as the convoys above, listening for signs that the day might demand their attention. Sonar pings traveled quietly, interpreted with skill and care. Each ship moved as if in a dream, steady and deliberate, guided by discipline and unspoken understanding. The air smelled of salt and oil, of morning and endurance, blending the familiar with the uncharted. And in that soft light, every sailor and every shadow felt the gentle pull of destiny, drawing them closer to one another across invisible depths. The day unfolded slowly, carrying forward the rhythm of calm, rising awareness, and the quiet weight of unseen watchers. The convoy sailed on, unaware of the eyes beneath, moving through waters that held both hope and uncertainty. The horizon shimmered with heat. As the convoy approached the waters near Sicily, a ribbon of calm soon to be broken. Above the sky held the first distant hum of engines, faint but insistent, like the warning of an approaching tide. Sailors paused in their tasks, ears straining, hearts synchronized with the pulse of unseen wings. The Axis bombers moved with precision, a silent coordination that contrasted with the gentle sway of the sea below. From the decks of the carriers, British pilots readied themselves, engines warming, wings slicing the air with quiet confidence. The hum of propellers, the scent of fuel and salt, and the whisper of wind combined into a rhythm, both tense and hypnotic. Each wave seemed to pause as the first shadows of aircraft drifted across the convoy, long and slow in the afternoon sun. There was no panic, only alertness, as if the entire sea held its breath in tandem with those afloat. And in that suspended moment, the ballet began, a controlled exchange of motion and intent between sky and steel. The horizon became a stage, and each movement, however brief, mattered profoundly. The first bombers dipped toward the water, their silhouettes sharp against the soft haze of heat. From the carriers, fighters spiraled upward, engines throbbing like hearts, wings slicing through sunlight with precise arcs. Men on deck watched, their hands steady, eyes wide, as the air above filled with purpose and urgency. Anti-aircraft guns hummed softly, each rotation and adjustment part of a long-practiced rhythm. The convoy swayed beneath the passing shadow of potential danger. Ships aligned like dancers, following a choreography written in advance, but subject to improvisation. Below, the water lapped against hulls, indifferent to the drama above, its own quiet pulse, anchoring the movement of the steel vessels. The pilot's courage was calm, almost meditative, even as each maneuver demanded instantaneous calculation. The sun caught the polished surfaces of wings and hulls, scattering light like sparks over the restless sea. And in every rise and fall, every turn and descent, the rhythm of attack and defense unfolded with hypnotic precision. The convoy moved steadily forward, a single entity navigating a sky alive with motion. The sound of engines rose and fell like waves, a chorus that pulsed over water and steel. Sailors leaned against railings, listening, feeling, understanding without words the dance of war above them. The planes seemed to drift on invisible currents, their paths intersecting and separating with fluid grace. Each dive, Each climb was measured, deliberate, a part of a silent conversation between pilots on both sides. From the destroyer's lookout scanned the horizon, noting the angles, the speed, the patterns that would guide anti-aircraft fire. Smoke, thin and curling, traced the arcs of passing ordnance, a temporary signature of human presence in a vast sky. The sun reflected off metallic surfaces, softening the edges of conflict into something almost lyrical. Even amidst tension, there was beauty in the rhythm, the careful balance of threat and control, the whisper of wind and lift, the pulse of human ingenuity in motion. And beneath it all, the sea continued its slow, unwavering song, carrying both fear and hope in equal measure. The convoy advanced, each ship aligned to the music of the sky. On deck, men felt the weight of their vigilance, a quiet gravity pressing on every movement. Letters once tucked away were now forgotten, replaced by the immediacy of observation and the small, precise actions that mattered most. The British fighters circled like guardians, rising and falling, their shadows brief upon the decks below. Engines roared, and the scent of fuel mingled with the salt of the sea, forming a strange calm that enveloped both watchers and fighters alike. The bomber's approach came in waves, each pattern slightly different, keeping eyes and instincts alert. Depth charges were not part of this scene, but the echo of their distant equivalents lingered in the minds of sailors trained to expect the unexpected. Coordination became a mantra, rhythm a shield, and focus a soft meditation against the chaos above. Even in the moment of threat, there was a strange elegance, a ballet of flight and counterflight that mesmerized the senses. And as the first attack waned, leaving behind only the gentle ripple of passing shadows, the tension softened, though it did not vanish entirely. The horizon returned momentarily empty, like the space between notes in a long, complex melody. The sun began its slow descent toward dusk, casting the water in shades of amber and gold. Each ship held steady in the shifting light, their steel reflecting warmth, even as the air carried the echo of engines. Fighters returned briefly to their carriers, wings folding with quiet efficiency, engines still warm with motion. Sailors adjusted lines, inspected deck equipment, and exhaled collectively, the pause as deliberate as the preceding surge of activity. The air felt lighter now, though the undercurrent of vigilance persisted. Waves broke softly against the hulls, echoing the rise and fall of engines and wings, a natural rhythm counterpointing human effort. Shadows of distant aircraft lingered in memory and in the water, reminding the fleet that peace was provisional. Yet in this moment, control and beauty coexisted with danger, each enhancing the other in subtle ways. The convoy seemed almost to glide over the sea, a measured breathing entity attuned to its own motion and the threats above. And as twilight deepened, the sailors and pilots alike understood that every calm would soon be tested again, in time with the rhythm of the Mediterranean sky. The coordination of the Axis attacks was precise, yet it was met with equal precision above and below. Pilots banked accelerated, and dove with the discipline of dancers, moving in patterns that spoke of training and courage. Anti-aircraft crews calculated trajectories with patient hands, translating numbers into action with quiet confidence. The sea held its own rhythm, responding to hulls and waves in ways invisible but tangible to those aboard. Ships adjusted position slightly, subtle movements that maintained formation while avoiding exposure. Every passing threat was a note in the symphony of survival, each engagement a measure in a larger composition. The sun continued to dip, the colors of sky and sea shifting imperceptibly, layering serenity over tension. Men breathed in salt and fuel and sunlight, each inhalation a reminder of presence and purpose, and as the waves lapped, the engines hummed and wings traced the air. The peak of tension was held in controlled, hypnotic balance. The sky above Sicily was alive, yet eerily calm within its own chaos. Evening softened the day, bringing long shadows across the decks and the fading hum of engines at altitude. Fighters returned to landing patterns with quiet grace, wings folding, engines slowing, the rhythm of combat giving way to the slower rhythm of dusk. Sailors moved along the decks, adjusting sails, tying lines, speaking softly to one another in the shared relief of momentary reprieve. Smoke from distant passes rose thin and curling, disappearing quickly into the warming air. The Mediterranean's surface mirrored the sky, calm now, reflective, almost gentle, after the tension of hours. There was no applause, no triumph. Only the soft sigh of effort met with success. Each ship carried its cargo of hope, undiminished by the brief burst of danger, and beneath the water, shadows continued to track and wait, their presence quiet, patient, and inevitable. The day had been survived, but the journey was far from over, and as the sun sank fully into the horizon, the fleet moved onward, carrying the fragile light of endurance into the night. The twilight deepened into soft, dark blue, the sky scattered with the first hints of stars. Lights flickered aboard the ships, small, gentle glimmers of human presence against vast darkness. Men leaned on railings, quiet now, listening to the slow, rhythmic pulse of water against steel, the soft whisper of wind through rigging. Above, the distant hum of high-altitude engines reminded them of the persistent vigilance required. Yet the calm was tangible, meditative. Pilots rested, mechanics checked instruments, sailors prepared for the long hours of night, each action deliberate and precise. The convoy had passed the first test of the sky, and though the memory of engines and shadows lingered, it did not disturb the hypnotic peace that night offered. The air smelled of salt and cooling fuel, a blend that carried reassurance and alertness together. And as the Mediterranean stretched endlessly before them, each ship moved in harmony with the rhythms of water, wind, and human courage. The sea held them gently. The sky above whispered promises of vigilance and endurance, and the fleet sailed into darkness with purpose. The morning air was calm over the convoy, the sea reflecting soft shades of grey and gold, as if holding its breath. The HMS Eagle moved steadily, a carrier of steel and wings, her decks alive with the quiet motion of sailors and pilots alike. There was no warning in the gentle swell, no hint in the sunlit spray of the danger that glided unseen beneath the waves. Suddenly, the stillness fractured, a subtle vibration at first, then a quiet rolling tremor that moved through the hull. The torpedoes struck, swift and precise, and for a moment the world seemed suspended between movement and stillness. Sailors felt the sudden shift beneath their feet, the metal bending and shivering as the sea accepted its claim. A roar of engines, a low resonance of steel giving way, echoed across the surrounding waters. Time seemed to dilate, the minutes stretching long yet unhurried, as the Eagle listed and sank. Around her the convoy adjusted with practiced calm, the rhythm of duty carrying on even as loss touched every deck. And in the quiet that followed, the sea swallowed the metal, smooth and unyielding, leaving only reflection and memory behind. The water around the carrier held a strange tranquility, as if absorbing the shock with gentle insistence. Sailors on nearby decks paused to watch, their faces etched with calm disbelief, each breath measured and slow. The Eagle's flight deck, once alive with movement, had become a silent expanse, tilting toward the sea in reluctant surrender. There was no panic, only a deep, quiet recognition that the sea does not negotiate, that steel and courage are not guarantees. Life jackets and small craft moved methodically into the water, their presence a testament to training and human resolve. The roar of impact faded gradually into a soft, undulating hum, blending with the wind and gentle lap of waves. Above, aircraft held patterns of protection, engines steady, shadows passing across the decks in silent vigil. The surrounding ships continued, careful to maintain formation, a living ballet that acknowledged the loss yet moved forward. And beneath all of it, the Mediterranean carried the echoes of steel and human effort, holding memory as it held the waves. The Eagle sank beneath the calm surface, leaving a gentle ripple that lingered like a whispered name. The men aboard nearby vessels felt the quiet ripple of grief, subtle and pervasive. Conversations slowed, replaced by soft murmurs, and the sound of footsteps against steel decks. The smell of salt and engine oil was joined by the faint metallic tang of loss, barely perceptible, but real. Each sailor absorbed the event differently, some in contemplation, others in silent determination to continue. The air seemed heavier now, charged with awareness that no measure of preparation could shield against the sea's judgment. Planes above continued their protective loops, their motion hypnotic and necessary, a soft counterpoint to stillness below. The Mediterranean, so often reflective and benign, had shown its dual nature, serene above, unyielding beneath. Even in the wake of disaster, the convoy moved with care, a collective rhythm that balanced remembrance and duty. And in every reflection upon the water, the Eagle's absence was marked, a quiet presence in the gentle swell of waves. Life and loss existed together now, intertwined in the hush of movement and observation. Letters left behind in small private spaces aboard other ships gained new weight that day. Words written in quiet hope, now carrying the shadow of fragility. Sailors thought of loved ones waiting, imagining the tension between anticipation and relief. Each line written on paper seemed to float over the water, touching the memory of those lost with gentle reverence. Conversations between men became shorter, more precise, their rhythm soft and deliberate. The hum of engines and the lapping of water formed a slow, hypnotic cadence across decks, even as planes circled overhead, their wings catching the sunlight. The sailors' gaze often returned to the subtle movement of the sea around them. The loss was profound but contained, held within the boundaries of training and calm acceptance. The Mediterranean seemed to absorb shock and sorrow with quiet dignity, reflecting the sky in muted hues. And as night approached, the memory of the Eagle lingered softly, carried forward in ripples that danced across the darkening water. The convoy sailed on, each vessel bearing both cargo and the gentle weight of reflection. The Eagle's fall reminded the men that steel is impermanent, no matter how strong, and that courage alone does not command survival. Waves kissed the remaining hulls with a gentle persistence, a lullaby that mingled with the quiet murmurs of those on deck. The sailors checked lines, adjusted cargo, and returned to rhythm, as though maintaining motion could honor the lost. Engines hummed their steady tune, wind whispered through rigging, and the sun played softly on the steel of remaining ships. Above, planes maintained their watch, their flight a hypnotic ballet of wings and purpose, silent guardians in the fading light. Even the water, calm now, seemed to whisper that life continues, that the sea remembers but does not linger in despair. Each wave held memory, each reflection told a story, and each breath carried quiet resolve. The convoy, though smaller by one, pressed on with deliberate grace, and beneath the movement, beneath the soft rhythm of engines and wind, the Mediterranean absorbed both sorrow and endurance. The Eagle's absence became a soft echo, a reminder carried gently forward with the tide. The morning after the sinking brought soft sunlight and a gentle breeze, carrying both warmth and remembrance across the convoy. Sailors moved quietly, each step deliberate, each glance thoughtful, as if aware that memory could anchor as firmly as steel. The water shimmered with subtle currents, reflecting gold and grey in slow hypnotic undulations. There was a quiet beauty in the coordination of motion. The ships adjusted formation with seamless grace, maintaining collective purpose despite loss. Pilots returned to their patrols, engines humming in a rhythm that both reassured and hypnotized. The sea seemed to hold its breath in acknowledgement, waves breaking gently against hulls as if to soothe and steady. Every action, however small, carried significance. Lines tied, equipment checked, eyes scanning the horizon with gentle vigilance. Even in absence, the Eagle remained present, remembered in the rhythm of the water and the shared experience of sailors. And in that memory quiet strength endured, a soft pulse beneath the ongoing voyage. The convoy moved forward, carrying both cargo and the subtle weight of reflection. Across the Mediterranean, shadows below the surface noted the sudden gaps above, aware that the rhythm of the convoy had shifted. Submarines tracked the movement, listening, calculating, but tempered by the unusual calm that followed catastrophe. Every ship, every wave, every reflected glint of steel became a signal, a note in the soft, unfolding story of survival and observation. Even as danger lingered unseen, the hypnotic rhythm of the sea absorbed both threat and loss. Sailors adjusted and continued, the gentle hum of engines and the whisper of wind, a steady companion to both fear and duty. Each man knew that vigilance was continuous, that the next wave, the next shadow, might again test them. Yet in that continuity there was solace, the calm realization that motion carries one forward even through absence. The water reflected sun and sky, steel and memory, each shimmer a reminder of both fragility and endurance. And in the stillness of reflection, the convoy pressed onward, the soft rhythm of survival guiding every movement. The Eagle's shadow lingered unseen but deeply felt beneath the gentle sway of Mediterranean waves. By evening, the Mediterranean held a soft, reflective calm, carrying both memory and hope in its vast expanse. Sailors moved slowly along decks, checking lines and speaking in hushed tones, each action deliberate and quiet. The sun dipped toward the horizon, painting water and steel in muted golds and greys. Waves lapped gently against the hulls, a hypnotic echo that mirrored the rhythm of the men's breaths. Above, patrol planes circled, their movement steady and silent, a continued presence against unseen threats. The convoy, smaller yet still resolute, sailed with measured grace, every ship aware of both fragility and duty. The sea seemed to cradle them, softening the sharp edges of loss, reflecting the sky's muted promise of another day. And as twilight deepened, each ripple and reflection carried memory forward, gentle and unhurried. The loss of the Eagle was felt, yet it became part of the convoy's quiet heartbeat, a solemn reminder of courage and endurance. And as darkness settled softly over the water, the ships moved forward, their rhythm uninterrupted, carrying hope alongside remembrance. The morning after the Eagle's fall carried a quiet hush across the convoy, a soft stillness that pressed gently against the decks. Captains gathered in low voices, charts spread across tables, hands tracing lines that would guide them forward. The order was simple yet heavy: press on toward Malta, no matter the cost. On merchant ships like the Ohio and Santa Elisa, men moved with deliberate care, adjusting lines, checking cargo, ensuring that every wheel and pulley performed as it should. The sea remained calm, deceptively so, its gentle waves carrying the weight of steel, hope, and memory. There was no panic, only the subtle hum of engines, the occasional creak of hull, the whisper of wind through rigging. Sailors leaned against railings, breathing in salt and sunlight, letting rhythm and duty replace fear. Each movement, each adjustment, became part of a quiet choreography of perseverance. The Mediterranean seemed to cradle the ships in its vast arms, a soft guiding presence beneath the human determination. And in that embrace, the convoy moved forward, carrying with it the fragile promise of survival. The Ohio bore its burden with quiet dignity, her tanks full of precious fuel that might sustain Malta for weeks. Men on deck walked slowly, eyes scanning the horizon, hands steady on rails and ropes. Every adjustment of engine and helm was a deliberate act of care, a testament to the seamanship required to navigate waters laced with unseen danger. The hum of machinery blended with the gentle slap of waves, a soft, hypnotic rhythm that seemed to steady the mind. Officers spoke in low tones, issuing orders with calm precision, their voices carrying both authority and reassurance. The crew responded in kind, their movements smooth, synchronized, almost meditative. Above, the air remained quiet for now, the sky holding its calm in preparation for what might come. The weight of responsibility was tangible, yet it moved with grace, absorbed into every gesture, every glance. And through the hours the men found solace in rhythm, the slow, deliberate pulse of work and water, of steel and wind. The convoy pressed forward, small yet resilient, toward the distant sunlit hope of Malta. On the Santa Elisa, similar quiet determination persisted. Men balanced on decks, adjusting cargo and lines with careful attention, aware that a single mistake could have disproportionate effect. The ship's bow cut softly through the Mediterranean, waves curling gently around the hull, like whispered encouragement. Sailors spoke little, yet their presence was felt, each action precise, each breath synchronized with the pulse of the ship. The smell of oil, salt, and sun warmed the decks, carrying reassurance alongside awareness. Officers glanced at charts and instruments, tracing their course with slow, deliberate fingers, while small groups discussed the route in murmurs of reflection. The hum of engines beneath the calm surface seemed almost musical, a quiet harmony to human effort above. The water carried memory of the ships that had already fallen, but it also held the promise of motion, of endurance, of steady progress. And in that quiet continuity, courage seemed to spread, invisible yet palpable, from one deck to another. The convoy, though diminished, felt unbroken, moving in concert beneath the soft expanse of sky and sea. Even in the brief moments of rest, sailors maintained the rhythm of vigilance. Leaning against the rails, they inhaled the scent of the Mediterranean, letting it mingle with the faint tang of fuel and steel. Every glance toward the horizon was measured, every check of instruments deliberate, every conversation tempered by calm awareness. There was no hurry, only purpose, no panic, only presence. The ocean, in its gentle undulations, seemed to mirror the steadiness of the men, softening every ripple with patient embrace. Above, gulls drifted lazily, indifferent yet harmonious with the quiet pulse of human effort below. On deck, letters and small personal mementos were tucked safely, reminders of those waiting on distant shores. Even the faint echo of the Eagle's absence carried with it a quiet call to resilience. And as engines hummed and the wind whispered through rigging, the convoy moved forward, tethered to hope and the slow, deliberate rhythm of duty. Malta awaited, its survival tied to the steadfastness of each hand, each helm, each breath. The captains coordinated with precision, exchanging low, calm instructions over the hum of engines and the soft slap of waves. Each order was deliberate, measured, a careful adjustment of human and mechanical rhythm. Sailors responded with subtle, practiced movements, adjusting sails, tightening ropes, checking cargo and bilges. The Mediterranean seemed to encourage steady progress, waves curling around the hulls like soft applause. Even in the quiet moments there was tension, a muted awareness of dangers that remained unseen. Depth charges and aircraft were not yet present, but the knowledge of their potential hung softly over every deck. Engines hummed with the same meditative cadence as oars in a rowboat, each man contributing to a collective heartbeat. The sun warmed metal and skin alike, creating a gentle contrast to the undercurrent of awareness. And in that balance of calm vigilance and purposeful movement, the convoy found its quiet strength. The journey continued measured and hypnotic toward the distant glimmer of Malta. Small, individual acts of seamanship added to the steady pulse of the convoy. A sailor adjusted a rope taut against the wind. Another corrected the course of a rudder, and a third balanced the load of cargo with patient hands. Each gesture, though minor alone, became part of the larger rhythm that held ships together in motion and purpose. The gentle slap of waves against hulls mirrored the soft cadence of each action, reinforcing the hypnotic pattern of survival. Officers observed quietly, offering a nod or soft word when needed, their presence guiding rather than commanding. The Mediterranean's calm surface carried the weight of motion and memory, its soft undulations, a companion to human determination. Even the sun, tracing its slow arc across sky and water, seemed to mark time with deliberate slowness. And as afternoon edged toward evening, the ships moved together, each breath and gesture harmonizing with the next. The convoy advanced, quiet and resilient, as if the sea itself supported their journey, and beneath it all, the rhythm of human spirit persisted, unbroken and steady. Night approached with a soft, fading light, the sea reflecting muted golds and greys. Sailors walked slowly along decks, checking lines, adjusting rigging, and breathing in the cool air, each movement deliberate and meditative. The gentle hum of engines, the whisper of waves, and the occasional call of a lookout blended into a hypnotic rhythm that carried the convoy forward. The Ohio and Santa Elisa pressed on with steadfastness, their presence a quiet reassurance to the surrounding fleet. Even as shadows lengthened, the men's movements remained precise, their focus unwavering, their courage absorbed into every small act of care. Above, stars began to appear, faint at first, their presence a soft punctuation in the expanse of darkening sky. Every reflection on the water mirrored resilience, patience, and the enduring commitment to reach Malta. And as night settled fully, the convoy moved onward, each ship carrying both cargo and the weightless yet profound responsibility of hope. The sea cradled them gently, a quiet companion to human determination, and through the darkness, motion and spirit continued, carrying forward the fragile glow of endurance. The first hours of night brought quiet reflection across decks and bridges. Sailors leaned against railings, watching the gentle ripple of water, the distant twinkling stars, and the soft glow of instruments. The hum of engines and whisper of wind formed a meditative cadence that soothed both body and mind. The convoy's rhythm persisted unbroken, a hypnotic testament to discipline, courage, and quiet bravery. The Ohio bore her precious cargo with dignified calm, her every movement deliberate and precise. The Santa Elisa followed in tandem, each man's work contributing to a collective heartbeat of purpose. Even unseen threats could not disturb the steady pulse of the fleet, for vigilance and rhythm were inseparable companions. And as the night deepened, The Mediterranean cradled each ship, soft waves carrying both the memory of loss and the fragile persistence of hope. The convoy moved forward, guided by both skill and human spirit, toward the distant glowing promise of Malta. Night fell softly over the convoy, a blanket of deep blue and silver stretching endlessly above and below. The sea reflected the faint glimmer of stars, waves moving in gentle hypnotic undulation, carrying both ships and memory forward. Suddenly distant flares pierced the darkness, their soft light scattering across the water in long trembling ribbons. Tracers followed in quiet arcs, painting the sea with lines of movement, a strange and mesmerizing rhythm. Italian torpedo bombers approached with precision, their presence felt more than seen, a careful choreography of wing and wave. The ships shifted slightly in response, engines humming in measured cadence, sailors adjusting lines and posture with calm awareness. Smoke drifted above the water, curling and twisting with the wind, glowing faintly in the illumination of burning vessels. Even as danger pressed close, there was a hypnotic symmetry to the motion, a balance of risk and endurance. And in the quiet lull between passes, the Mediterranean reflected fire and steel, a soft glow against the night sky. The convoy moved steadily onward, guided by training, courage, and the gentle rhythm of the sea. The flares drifted across the water, like fleeting moons, casting long shadows on decks and rigging. Sailors watched them with measured attention, noting position and trajectory without haste, their movements deliberate and fluid. The faint hiss of torpedoes moving through water became part of the background, almost like wind through rigging or a soft undercurrent beneath conversation. Each ship held its place with quiet determination, engines vibrating in a low, hypnotic pulse. The smell of salt mingled with the faint tang of fuel and smoke, a sensory reminder of presence and action. Italian bombers traced arcs above, precise and silent in their approach, their motion almost meditative despite the threat they carried. Waves lapped gently against hulls, indifferent to human calculations, softening the edges of tension with their steady rhythm. And even as fire glimmered across the horizon, illuminating burning ships in muted orange and gold, the convoy pressed forward, maintaining calm and purpose. Reflection danced across the Mediterranean, a hypnotic interplay of light and shadow. The night seemed both fragile and enduring, carrying threat and beauty together. Each flare illuminated moments of quiet bravery, sailors moving with care, adjusting lines and checking cargo as engines hummed beneath them. Observers noted the shapes of planes above, their wings catching the light in slow, deliberate arcs. Smoke curled upward in silent spirals, drifting in rhythm with the water and wind. The Mediterranean held it all, soft waves reflecting both light and shadow in a hypnotic ballet. The sailors' breaths were slow, deliberate, as though matching the cadence of flares rising and falling over the horizon. Even amidst fire and the subtle tremor of distant explosions, there was order, a rhythm that held human effort and motion in balance. Lines were tightened, engines adjusted, and every small act of seamanship contributed to a collective heartbeat. Above, fighters circled with quiet precision, wings cutting through air in arcs of calm vigilance, and beneath it all, the convoy moved steadily, a thread of purpose carried across water and fire. The night's glow and the men's resolve intertwined, a soft pulse of courage in the Mediterranean's embrace. Tracers painted long, curling arcs across the water, their glow illuminating sails, masts, and the occasional rolling wave. Each burst of light revealed both fragility and resilience, the brief clarity of a ship's movement against the vast dark expanse. Sailors adjusted to the rhythm, movement synchronized with engines, wind, and the faint echo of distant wings. Smoke and fire mingled, their patterns shifting slowly, almost hypnotically, with the gentle rise and fall of waves. Even the air seemed to hold a measured cadence, scented with salt, fuel, and the faint tang of burning wood. Observers noted the movement of planes, the trajectories of flares, the gentle sway of ships, and internalized it with calm precision. Above and below, a subtle rhythm of tension and control carried the convoy forward, soft and deliberate. Every arc of light, every wave that lapped against hulls, contributed to the hypnotic balance of night and vigilance. And in that quiet, controlled chaos, the Mediterranean became both stage and partner, guiding ships steadily toward Malta. The night carried fire, motion and reflection in equal gentle measure. The glow of burning ships stretched like a distant aurora along the horizon, muted yet undeniable in its beauty and warning. Sailors moved along decks with deliberate care, hands steady, eyes scanning, ears attuned to the gentle pulse of engines and waves. The Ohio held its course with quiet determination, tanks full of life-sustaining fuel, its presence a subtle anchor in the hypnotic rhythm of motion. Flares rose and fell, briefly revealing the contours of hulls and rigging, the soft curves of metal and rope. The sea carried light and reflection, fire and shadow, in a slow, gentle undulation that mirrored human effort above. Even amidst the distant threat, there was a serene order to every action, every calculation, every breath. Lines were checked, engines adjusted, small instruments read, all moving in harmony with the hypnotic ballet of night. The sailors' movements became meditative, each gesture a quiet statement of resilience. And as flares fell softly into the sea, the convoy pressed forward, guided by training, experience, and the hypnotic pulse of survival. The Mediterranean embraced them, waves cradling ships as light and shadow danced together. Even in moments of brief respite between attacks, the night remained alive with subtle motion. Ships glided across gentle swells, their steel echoing faintly with the rhythm of engines. Sailors listened to the lull of water against hulls, a hypnotic counterpoint to distant wings and flares. The faint scent of salt, fuel, and smoke mingled in the air, carrying memory and vigilance together. Observation never ceased, eyes tracing shapes, reading subtle cues, interpreting light and shadow with calm attention. Every small adjustment of helm or rigging added to the larger choreography, each act of seamanship a quiet assertion of human will. The night, with its soft illumination, held a paradoxical serenity, beauty and threat coexisting in hypnotic balance. Even as Italian bombers passed overhead in careful formation, the convoy maintained its pulse, moving forward without haste or panic, and beneath it all, the Mediterranean cradled the motion, waves rippling softly beneath both fire and steel. The horizon glimmered faintly with promise, drawing ships onward through light and shadow alike. In the quiet lull that followed a wave of flares, the sea seemed to exhale, carrying both light and memory in gentle ripples. Sailors adjusted lines, checked instruments, and leaned into the wind, breathing slowly and deliberately. Above, the faint hum of patrol planes continued, wings tracing arcs that were both protective and mesmerizing. The burning horizon became a canvas of muted golds and reds, its beauty softening the sharp reality of loss and threat. Engines hummed steadily, the pulse of steel and motion harmonizing with the gentle swell of waves. The convoy remained vigilant, each ship a small node of purpose and calm, moving through the hypnotic corridor of fire and reflection. Even as night deepened, the subtle glow of distant flares illuminated patterns in the water, patterns that guided the convoy forward without urgency. And in each gesture, each breath, each turn of a wheel, human resolve intertwined with the rhythm of the sea. Malta's shores seemed to draw nearer, a distant pulse beneath the hypnotic display of light. The Mediterranean cradled both danger and hope, carrying the convoy toward its fragile, luminous goal. The final hours of the night brought a gradual softening of fire over the horizon. Shadows deepened across decks, the stars reflecting faintly on gentle swells. Sailors moved slowly, deliberately, hands adjusting ropes and pulleys, eyes tracing distant flares with calm precision. The hum of engines blended with the whisper of waves, a continuous rhythm that carried both awareness and reassurance. Burning ships glowed in memory alone now, the hypnotic light fading into reflection. Pilots remained aloft, maintaining quiet vigil, their movements smooth, measured, and deliberate. The sea mirrored the soft arcs of light, water, and waves, moving in slow, gentle cadence. And through the quiet, the convoy continued its slow, steady journey, each ship a testament to resilience, courage, and the soft persistence of human will. The Mediterranean held them in gentle balance, cradling both fire and endurance together. And as night yielded slowly to the first hint of dawn, the convoy moved forward, carrying hope through shadow, light, and reflection. The Mediterranean on August 12th bore the weight of memory and motion, its surface rippling gently beneath the movement of the convoy. Ships creaked and groaned with quiet effort, each hull carrying the scars of unseen blows. The air smelled faintly of smoke, salt, and heated metal, a layered perfume of human struggle and endurance. Above, aircraft moved in silent, precise arcs, engines vibrating softly as though in rhythm with the waves below. The Indomitable shuddered with the impact of bombs, yet continued her course, steel and determination holding her together. On nearby merchant ships, men adjusted sails and engines, working in calm coordination to maintain formation. Smoke drifted across the horizon like mist, its patterns hypnotic and unpredictable, softening the edges of chaos with gentle curves. The hum of machinery, the whisper of wind, and the slow slap of water against hulls formed a rhythm that held both human and vessel in careful balance. And beneath every shudder and every ripple, the convoy pressed onward, steady as the sun and sea. The Mediterranean held them, wounded yet unbroken, carrying forward both fear and courage. The Victorious felt the tremors beneath her deck, subtle vibrations that whispered of danger, yet demanded calm attention. Sailors moved deliberately, each adjustment precise, every hand steady against rope or rail. The smell of smoke mingled with salt, carrying both warning and reassurance in equal measure. Waves lapped softly, reflecting the glow of distant flares and the muted orange of burning ships in slow, hypnotic arcs. Above, engines droned in patterns that both guided and guarded, wings tracing paths of vigilance in the night sky. Every impact, muffled beneath the water, resonated like a heartbeat across decks, a rhythm both unsettling and oddly meditative. Officers spoke in low, calm tones, issuing orders that balanced caution with the relentless push forward. The men moved with purpose, each gesture part of a larger symphony of endurance and subtle courage. And in every breath, every glance, and every careful step, the convoy maintained its fragile equilibrium. The sea carried both the weight of loss and the soft persistence of motion, holding the wounded ships in gentle embrace. Merchant vessels bore their burdens quietly, each deck a stage for understated heroism. On board the Ohio, sailors adjusted valves and pumps, aware of the precious cargo within, their movements slow and deliberate. The smell of fuel mixed with salt, and the faint metallic tang of damage, grounding each man in presence and responsibility. Small plumes of smoke rose from distant ships, drifting across the horizon with hypnotic unpredictability. The rhythm of engines hummed softly, blending with the whisper of wind and the gentle slap of water. Even amidst tremors and distant explosions, the sailors' motions remained deliberate, their focus a soft meditation against the turmoil around them. Lookouts scanned the horizon, eyes attuned to subtle changes in light, shadow, and movement. Waves carried the reflection of ships, smoke, and fire, painting the sea with soft patterns that balanced danger and beauty. And as night deepened, the convoy's movement became a quiet dance of endurance, every vessel part of a collective heartbeat. The Mediterranean held both wounding and motion, carrying forward hope through tremor and haze. The Indomitable's decks vibrated subtly with each distant impact, the resonance echoing softly through steel and wood. Sailors moved with calm precision, each gesture measured and deliberate, hands steady on lines and wheels. The air held the faint scent of smoke and salt, mingling with the warmth of engines and the quiet tension of anticipation. Above, wings traced arcs across the sky, their motion a hypnotic counterpoint to tremors below. Waves lapped gently against hulls, carrying reflections of fire and light in slow, flowing ripples. Even amidst impact and shudder, there was order, a rhythm maintained through training, discipline, and quiet courage. Officers spoke in soft tones, their instructions measured, almost melodic, guiding the convoy in careful balance. Men adjusted sails, checked engines, and whispered to one another in words of calm reassurance. And beneath the tumult, the Mediterranean carried both memory and motion, waves cradling ships that were wounded yet moving forward. The night stretched gently, holding chaos and beauty together in hypnotic balance. Small acts of seamanship created the steady pulse that sustained the convoy through the chaos. Hands adjusted lines taut against the wind, engines were fine-tuned with careful attention, and small craft moved methodically across decks. The sea reflected smoke, fire, and soft light in undulating patterns, hypnotic and gentle. Despite the tremors beneath, sailors breathed deliberately, aligning themselves with the rhythm of waves, wind, and engines. Even distant explosions, muffled by water, became part of the slow cadence of the night, each pulse integrated into the collective awareness of the fleet. The Victorious adjusted her course with subtle grace, every turn and shift precise, maintaining the rhythm of endurance. Above, patrol aircraft traced arcs like guardians, their engines blending with the hum of the Mediterranean in quiet, steady cadence. Every ripple, every vibration, every movement became part of the hypnotic dance of survival. And through it all, the convoy pressed forward, each vessel cradled in both risk and careful grace. The Mediterranean carried them, wounded yet unwavering, toward the fragile promise of Malta. Smoke rose like mist from distant ships, curling in patterns that softened the sharpness of damage and danger. Sailors leaned against railings, adjusting equipment and breathing in the salty, warm air with measured calm. The gentle slap of waves against hulls mirrored the slow pulse of human effort, the hypnotic rhythm carrying the convoy forward. Engines hummed steadily, blending with the soft whisper of wind through rigging, a quiet symphony of endurance. Every tremor and shudder of the Indomitable or Victorious reminded men of fragility, yet reinforced the need for presence and precision. Officers issued soft, deliberate instructions, guiding sailors through the choreography of survival with measured care. Above, wings traced arcs of protection, engines vibrating in quiet resonance with the Mediterranean below. Even as fire and smoke illuminated parts of the horizon, the majority of movement remained calm, steady, and hypnotic. And in that subtle balance of chaos and control, the convoy maintained its fragile pulse. The night held both danger and motion in gentle, continuous rhythm. The wounded sea seemed to breathe beneath the convoy, each wave carrying reflection, memory, and soft motion. Sailors moved in harmony with engines, wind, and waves, their gestures deliberate and unhurried. The faint tang of smoke lingered, blending with salt and warmth, to create a rhythm of sensory awareness. Ships continued forward, shuddering with distant impacts, yet held steady in precise formation. The soft glow of fire on the horizon illuminated shapes and reflections, hypnotic in their slow curling beauty. Above, aircraft moved in arcs of calm protection, their engines harmonizing with the subtle pulse of water and steel. Lines were tightened, valves adjusted, and small checks carried out with serene focus, each act part of a collective meditation of survival. And in every measured breath, every careful step, the convoy maintained its rhythm, moving through tremor, smoke, and light. The Mediterranean cradled them, wounded yet alive, each wave a gentle reminder of endurance. Ships pressed onward, carried forward by quiet courage and hypnotic motion. By dawn, the first soft light filtered over the wounded convoy, a gentle promise after a night of tremor and smoke. The water reflected muted golds and greys, the Mediterranean carrying memory and motion in hypnotic undulations. Sailors moved slowly along decks, adjusting lines, checking engines, and breathing in the calm after chaos. The Ohio bore her precious cargo steadily, every valve and pump attended with quiet diligence. Smoke lingered above the horizon, curling gently, softening the memory of impact and damage. Waves lapped against hulls in measured rhythm, blending seamlessly with engines and wind to maintain the pulse of endurance. Every small gesture of seamanship contributed to the hypnotic flow of movement and survival. And as the convoy pressed onward toward Malta, the wounded sea held both reflection and promise in its gentle sway. The Mediterranean cradled ships, hope and memory together, carrying them toward the fragile light of day. And in that soft embrace, the convoy endured, moving through tremor, fire, and quiet resilience. The Ohio moved through the Mediterranean like a wounded giant, her steel hull scarred yet unyielding beneath the sunlit ripples. Every swell of the sea pressed against her sides, and yet she floated, carrying her precious cargo, as if buoyed by quiet determination itself. Sailors on deck moved with deliberate care, adjusting pumps, checking valves, and attending to the subtle shudders that rippled through the damaged metal. The faint smell of fuel mingled with salt and warmth, grounding them in presence and responsibility. Above, engines hummed softly, planes traced arcs in measured patterns, and the slow slap of water against hull formed a hypnotic cadence. Torpedoes and bombs had taken their toll, yet the ship refused to yield, her silhouette steadfast against the glimmering Mediterranean. Lines were tightened, valves adjusted, ropes secured, each gesture a meditation in patience and care. The vessel's endurance became almost tangible, a soft rhythm of human effort intertwined with steel and water. And in the quiet determination of her crew, the Ohio became more than tanker. She became symbol, moving with purpose through tremor and reflection. The convoy pressed forward, carrying hope aboard a wounded yet unstoppable giant. In the early hours, the Ohio shuddered under the strain of lashed destroyers alongside her, steady hands guiding her through each gentle swell. Sailors moved slowly, checking every line, every joint, every valve, aware that the smallest carelessness might unbalance the delicate rhythm of survival. The wind whispered across decks, carrying the scent of salt and metal, a hypnotic companion to the hum of engines and the soft slap of water. Above, patrol aircraft traced arcs of vigilance, their motion blending seamlessly with the pulse of the waves. Smoke curled from distant ships, drifting in hypnotic patterns, softening edges and creating rhythm across the horizon. The crew worked with quiet determination, their gestures deliberate, almost meditative, each breath in tune with the slow, resilient heartbeat of the Ohio. The tanker leaned slightly under her burdens, yet returned to equilibrium with every careful adjustment. And in that balance, a sense of calm purpose carried both vessel and crew forward, even as danger lingered unseen. Malta's shores, distant and shimmering, became a guiding pulse beneath the soft undulations of the sea. The Ohio pressed on, wounded but unwavering, cradled between human courage and the hypnotic Mediterranean swell. Every hour brought subtle reminders of fragility, yet also of enduring strength. The hull groaned gently under strain. Water whispered along seams and lines held with quiet precision. Sailors moved in slow, deliberate rhythm, adjusting pumps, checking cargo, and attending to the smallest quiver of movement. The faint warmth of the sun highlighted steel and water, reflecting soft ripples across the decks. Engines hummed steadily, a hypnotic pulse beneath human effort and motion. Above, arcs of light traced from patrol aircraft, their engines vibrating in harmony with the gentle waves below. Even the smell of smoke from distant burning ships seemed softened by the calm of the Mediterranean, a hypnotic reminder that life and danger could coexist. Each gesture, each breath, each careful movement became part of the vessel's persistent rhythm, and beneath it all, the Ohio carried her precious cargo and her quiet spirit forward, a wounded yet defiant presence in the sea. Malta drew nearer, a subtle glow on the horizon, and the tanker's pulse matched the hypnotic rhythm of approaching hope. The destroyers alongside her provided steady support, their engines humming in concert, lines taut, cables absorbing the gentle sway of waves. Crew members leaned into every motion, their hands sure and steady, eyes attentive, breaths measured and slow. The faint tang of fuel and salt lingered in the air, grounding attention, while waves gently nudged hulls in unhurried rhythm. Above, planes moved in precise arcs, their motion hypnotic yet purposeful, guarding both tanker and convoy. Even as distant flares illuminated the horizon in muted bursts, sailors remained calm, their focus a meditative blend of observation and quiet action. Every adjustment to pumps, engines, and lines reinforced the soft pulse of endurance flowing through the Ohio. The sun glimmered across water and steel, reflecting golds and silvers in hypnotic undulation. And beneath the motion of air, water and steel, the vessel pressed on, wounded but unbroken, a rhythm of human courage carried forward across the Mediterranean. The convoy moved with her, every ship a small companion in shared endurance. The tanker's persistence became a quiet heartbeat that carried hope toward Malta. At night, the Ohio glowed softly in the reflection of distant flares, her decks alive with careful activity. Sailors moved with measured precision, adjusting lines, checking engines, and reading instruments by the soft hum of lanterns. The smell of salt and fuel mingled in the air, a steady sensory reminder of responsibility and purpose. Above, the gentle vibration of aircraft blended with the slow pulse of waves, a hypnotic rhythm that guided every movement. The hull creaked subtly under strain, responding to both swells and the delicate balance of the lashed destroyers alongside. Smoke drifted lazily across the horizon, its soft arcs reflecting off water in a hypnotic pattern of light and shadow. Each man on deck moved in quiet synchronicity with the vessel, a choreography of endurance and calm courage. and as the night deepened, the tanker pressed on through darkness, a wounded yet unstoppable presence amidst soft waves and whispered winds. Malta shimmered faintly on the horizon, a guiding pulse beneath the gentle sway of steel and human determination. The Ohio carried forward, embodying the convoy's unyielding spirit in the hypnotic rhythm of sea and survival. Small acts of attention defined the ship's steady progress. Valves adjusted, lines tightened, engines fine-tuned. Each action carried weight, yet was executed with calm precision, a meditation in motion. The gentle slap of waves against hulls provided rhythm to the movement of human hands, steadying and hypnotic. Smoke drifted above, soft arcs, twisting with wind, blending fire and night in patterns that seemed almost intentional. Sailors maintained focus with measured breaths, their bodies aligned with the slow, pulsating rhythm of ship, sea, and wind. The Ohio leaned slightly under her burdens, yet righted herself with every gentle adjustment, a silent testament to resilience. Every glance at distant Malta strengthened purpose, reinforcing the quiet determination that flowed through steel and crew alike. Above, patrol aircraft continued their arcs, engines humming softly, wings cutting precise lines across soft night sky. And in every shudder, every ripple, and every small human gesture, the tanker carried forward both cargo and spirit. The sea cradled her gently, waves reflecting light, shadow, and motion in hypnotic unity. By early morning, the Ohio moved with soft dignity beneath the warm light of the sun. Every crew member absorbed in their measured tasks. The lashed destroyers kept pace, engines humming in a slow, deliberate pulse that mirrored the steady slap of waves. Sailors adjusted lines, read instruments, checked cargo, and leaned into the rhythm of the vessel and sea. The faint tang of fuel, salt, and warm metal filled the air, grounding awareness and focus. Above, aircraft maintained arcs of protection, their hum blending with the pulse of waves and the gentle shudder of steel. Even distant smoke from burning ships softened into reflection, painting the Mediterranean with muted colors that matched the steady rhythm of motion. Every gesture, breath, and turn of a wheel carried the hypnotic cadence of endurance, resilience, and quiet courage. And as Malta's shores shimmered faintly in the distance, the Ohio pressed on, wounded yet defiant, a living emblem of hope. The convoy followed, carried forward in the gentle swell, every ship aligned in slow, hypnotic determination. The Mediterranean cradled them all, a silent witness to motion, courage, and persistence. At last the horizon drew closer, a faint glow that seemed to pulse softly in time with the heartbeat of the tanker. Sailors moved with calm precision, the weight of previous nights absorbed into measured, deliberate gestures. Waves lapped gently against the hull, engines hummed in steady rhythm, and the lashed destroyers guided each subtle sway. The air carried the faint scent of fuel, salt, and warmth, blending memory with motion, reflection with persistence. Above, aircraft maintained arcs of quiet vigilance, their movement harmonious with the hypnotic flow of sea and vessel. Every small adjustment, every measured breath, every careful step reinforced the rhythm of endurance that had carried them this far. The Mediterranean mirrored light and shadow, fire and reflection, in hypnotic undulations that cradled the wounded yet determined tanker. And as the Ohio pressed forward, every ripple, shudder, and gesture became part of the slow, steady pulse that embodied Operation Pedestal's spirit. Malta waited, fragile and luminous, a distant promise borne on waves, wind, and the unyielding persistence of steel and human courage. The Ohio moved toward her, wounded but unstoppable, a quiet heartbeat of hope in the hypnotic Mediterranean. The destroyers moved alongside the convoy like quiet sentinels, engines humming steadily, keeping pace with the rhythm of the waves. Sailors leaned into the wind, hands steady on rails and lines, eyes scanning the horizon with calm focus. The faint tang of salt, smoke, and metal lingered in the air, blending with the soft warmth of sun on deck. Even amidst exhaustion, each man carried out his duties with deliberate care, adjusting valves, checking engines, and monitoring radar with quiet concentration. Small moments of human warmth appeared in the gaps between vigilance: a shared cigarette, a whispered word of encouragement, a glance that reassured. Waves lapped gently against hulls, carrying reflection and motion in hypnotic cadence, and the sea seemed to cradle both ship and crew in gentle rhythm. Sleep was brief, rest measured in moments stolen between alarms and shifting orders, yet the discipline never faltered. Above, arcs of patrol aircraft traced smooth paths, their engines blending seamlessly with the pulse of steel and water below. Each destroyer maintained its delicate balance, shielding merchantmen and crew alike with unwavering, quiet determination. And beneath all motion, the Mediterranean carried the vigilant flotilla forward through exhaustion, watchfulness, and calm resolve. Night brought a softer rhythm, the sky deep and velvety, stars mirrored faintly on gentle swells. Sailors huddled in small clusters on deck, hands warmed around mugs of tea, voices low and melodic in the quiet night. Lines were checked with steady fingers, engines hummed in measured cadence, and the slow slap of water against hulls became a hypnotic pulse. Even amidst fatigue, eyes remained sharp, scanning arcs of distant light, anticipating flares, and tracing shadows in gentle attention. Smoke from distant ships drifted lazily across the horizon, curling in patterns softened by the dark, hypnotic night. Rescued survivors, wet and shivering, were guided carefully aboard, wrapped in blankets, and offered quiet words of reassurance. Above, planes circled in soft arcs, engines vibrating in rhythm, with the lull of the waves and the steady hum of destroyer engines. Every sailor's gesture, from tightening a rope to adjusting a radar dial, became part of the slow, continuous rhythm that held the convoy together. And through the darkness, the destroyers pressed forward, silent guardians in the hypnotic pulse of sea and motion. The Mediterranean held them, weary but steadfast, carrying them gently toward Malta's distant glow. Exhaustion weighed heavily on the decks, yet every man found calm focus in the rhythm of duty. Hands moved automatically, adjusting valves, monitoring engines, and attending to rigging with meditative precision. The faint scent of salt, smoke, and fuel mixed with the soft warmth of shared breath and whispered words, grounding sailors in presence. The waves carried the reflection of stars and distant fires, blending light and shadow into hypnotic undulation beneath hulls. Lookouts traced arcs of motion above, wings and engines blending in steady harmony with the hum of steel and water. Small acts of care sustained human life and courage, sharing a blanket, offering a nod, guiding a weary hand along a slick deck. Each adjustment, each breath, each measured step became part of the delicate pulse that kept convoy and crew aligned. Even amidst fatigue, discipline held, a quiet rhythm of motion and vigilance woven through exhaustion and endurance. The destroyers moved in tandem with the Mediterranean's hypnotic sway, a slow, measured dance of protection and presence. And in every shudder, ripple, and gesture, human resolve persisted, steady and luminous beneath the quiet night sky. Morning light filtered softly over the decks, painting steel and water with warm golds and silvers. Sailors moved with deliberate slowness, eyes brightened by sun, hands steady on lines, adjusting engines, and checking the small details that sustained rhythm and safety. Exhaustion lingered, yet moments of calm connection appeared in smiles, shared tea, or brief conversation. The Mediterranean carried waves in gentle undulation, reflecting light, smoke, and motion in hypnotic arcs beneath the ships. Every crew member's breath matched the soft pulse of waves and engines, a subtle synchronization that sustained focus and endurance. Lines creaked and shifted, valves hummed, and the subtle vibration of engines blended with the soft slap of waves, creating a slow, continuous meditation of motion. Rescued sailors huddled beneath blankets, their quiet breathing merging with the rhythm of the sea, the ship, and the crew's presence. Above, arcs of patrol aircraft maintained hypnotic paths, wings tracing measured lines across a gentle sky, and through all movement, exhaustion, and quiet connection, the destroyers pressed onward, guardians and companions in hypnotic cadence. The Mediterranean cradled them, carrying human effort, vigilance, and hope toward Malta's distant shores. Small human moments punctuated each day, grounding sailors amidst endless motion. A shared cigarette, a whispered word, a glance of reassurance. These became lifelines as the destroyers maintained their watch. The air carried the gentle scent of salt and smoke, blending with warmth of sun on skin and steel beneath hands. Waves lapped softly, engines hummed steadily, and the slow, hypnotic rhythm of motion and duty carried the flotilla forward. Even amidst fatigue and endless alarms, sailors moved with deliberate care, each gesture a meditation in persistence and focus. Observers scanned arcs of distant light and shadow, eyes tracking subtle shifts with calm attention. Lines were tightened, valves adjusted, engines monitored, all movements synchronized in the hypnotic pulse of survival. The sea carried both reflection and motion, balancing human fragility and quiet courage in gentle undulation. And through it all, the destroyers held their vigil, a measured rhythm of protection, care, and endurance. The Mediterranean embraced them, cradling both ships and spirits in its gentle sway. Night deepened once more, bringing soft arcs of light across the darkened waves. Sailors adjusted lanterns, checked lines, and leaned against rails, bodies tired yet focused in quiet meditation. The smell of salt and fuel mingled with warmth, grounding each movement and gesture in the pulse of presence. Waves lapped gently, carrying reflections of stars, distant fires, and soft shadows that danced across hulls in hypnotic rhythm. Above, patrol aircraft traced measured arcs, their engines blending with the continuous pulse of engines and water below. Rescue efforts continued in calm, deliberate motions, survivors guided with care, blankets wrapped, hands steadied. Every small act, a tightened line, a whispered word, a shared sip of tea, became part of the convoy's steady heartbeat. Even as exhaustion pressed heavily, discipline and rhythm maintained the delicate balance of protection and motion, and through the hypnotic interplay of sea steel and human effort, the destroyers pressed on, weary but unwavering. The Mediterranean cradled them, a gentle constant beneath waves, wind, and vigilance. Dawn brought a gentle warmth that bathed decks and sails in soft gold, reflecting the hypnotic sway of the sea. Sailors moved slowly, tending engines, checking lines, and sharing quiet words of encouragement. Exhaustion lingered in every muscle, yet the rhythm of duty and human care held steady. The faint tang of smoke and salt mingled with warmth, carrying both memory and presence across decks. Waves rippled gently, reflecting light and shadow, fire and calm, in slow arcs beneath hulls. Aircraft maintained measured arcs above, their engines blending with the hypnotic pulse of water and steel. Small gestures, a steady hand, a shared blanket, a nod of reassurance, wove the subtle threads of human connection through fatigue. Lines creaked softly, valves hummed, engines purred, all in measured, continuous rhythm. And as Malta shimmered faintly in the distance, the destroyers continued their vigilant passage, guardians of convoy, crew and hope. The Mediterranean held them, tenderly yet resolutely, a slow hypnotic pulse beneath weary hands and vigilant eyes. By mid-morning, the destroyer's vigil had become almost meditative, a rhythm of motion and watchfulness. Sailors moved in careful choreography, every gesture deliberate, every breath synchronized with the pulse of the sea and engines. The scent of salt, warmth, and fuel lingered, a subtle reminder of presence and endurance. Waves carried reflections of light, shadow, and distant smoke, hypnotic arcs that guided eyes and hands alike. Lines were tightened, valves adjusted, engines monitored, each movement adding to the continuous delicate rhythm of survival. Shared smiles, whispered encouragements, and small gestures of care punctuated the monotony, sustaining morale and human connection. Patrol aircraft traced arcs overhead, engines humming in harmony with the slow, measured sway of water and steel. Even as fatigue pressed, discipline and rhythm held the flotilla steady, a gentle heartbeat beneath the action. And through every ripple, shudder, and motion, the destroyers maintained their steady watch, guardians of life, hope, and fragile human persistence. The Mediterranean cradled them, a tender, hypnotic pulse beneath weary hands, alert eyes, and enduring spirits. In a quiet room aboard a command ship, Italian officers gathered around polished maps, the Mediterranean light glinting softly on brass instruments. The air was heavy with thought, a subtle tension that lingered even amidst calm gestures and measured words. Each man understood the stakes: Malta's survival or fall, the movement of convoys, and the fragile balance of pride and caution. The scent of paper, ink, and polished wood mingled with salt air, drifting through open portholes. Debates flowed slowly, voices low, each statement measured, each pause weighted with consequence. There was a hypnotic rhythm to the discussion, a slow unfolding of strategy and hesitation that mirrored the gentle undulation of the sea outside. Pride whispered in corners of the room, caution in others, and the unspoken inevitability of risk hovered like a delicate mist. Every decision, no matter how small, seemed to carry both immediate weight and distant echoes. And through it all, the officers remained tethered to the pulse of the Mediterranean, the rhythm of waves echoing the slow heartbeat of deliberation. The sea awaited beyond, a silent witness to thought, hesitation, and choice. Maps lay flat on tables, the soft glow of lanterns illuminating careful annotations in red and blue ink. Fingers traced lines representing fleets, convoys, and the unseen courses of enemy ships. The officers leaned closer, murmuring over probabilities and projections, the subtle scent of ink blending with the salt air that crept in from open decks. Each suggestion was weighed carefully, measured against pride, duty, and the quiet possibility of error. Even as voices rose briefly in debate, the cadence of the room remained hypnotic, a slow pulse of deliberation that matched the gentle sway of the ship. Beyond the portholes, the Mediterranean shimmered with subtle reflection, waves tracing gentle arcs beneath the sun. Decisions seemed suspended in time, each moment elongated, each pause holding both uncertainty and the weight of potential consequences. and yet the rhythm of human thought pressed forward, deliberate, calm, and unavoidable. The officers adjusted posture, checked instruments, and traced lines with steady hands, echoing the hypnotic motion of the sea. Every hesitation and resolution carried a quiet gravity, a subtle force that would ripple across the Mediterranean surface. The command discussed interception, weighing fuel, positioning, and timing against the unpredictable movements of the convoy. Each word carried layers of pride and doubt, a soft tension that vibrated in the air like a distant echo. Outside, the waves lapped gently against the hull, a hypnotic rhythm that contrasted with the intense deliberation within. Men shifted slowly in their seats, tracing hypothetical paths on maps, fingers lingering over key points, eyes thoughtful and reflective. The faint scent of cigar smoke mingled with ink and sea air, grounding them in sensory awareness even amidst tension. Every plan was layered with assumptions and hesitation, the room vibrating subtly with unspoken what-ifs. And even as officers debated, the Mediterranean continued its slow, constant rhythm, carrying the world forward in gentle arcs of reflection and motion. The sense of inevitability wove through the room, a quiet pulse that echoed beyond maps and tables. Each minor decision was weighted like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, and full of potential consequence. The sea outside seemed to absorb and reflect the careful deliberation, waves carrying both light and thought in gentle undulation. Pride whispered beneath measured words, subtle as the scent of salt carried in the breeze. Some officers leaned into caution, others into boldness, each decision a fragile attempt to steer both men and destiny. The soft hum of distant engines from smaller vessels reached the ears of those gathered, a hypnotic reminder that motion and consequence existed outside maps and calculations. Fingers traced lines again, paused and retraced, each movement a quiet meditation on the potential costs. The room seemed suspended in time, each moment drawn out, deliberate, reflective, almost hypnotic in its rhythm. The Mediterranean beyond the portholes shimmered with gentle arcs of light and shadow, reflecting calm and inevitability alike. Officers spoke in careful tones, each pause weighted with meaning, each nod or glance resonating softly with shared understanding. And beneath every discussion, the rhythm of waves and wind carried a quiet reminder that choices were not made in isolation, but in tandem with the motion of the world. Small gestures, a finger tapping, a hand resting on the table, a slight lean, became subtle markers in the hypnotic flow of deliberation. The Italian commanders existed in both motion and stillness, suspended between decision and consequence, carried gently by the pulse of the Mediterranean. Tension and anticipation lingered like a soft fog, thick yet gentle, obscuring clarity while sharpening attention. Even in calm breaths, the weight of potential outcomes pressed subtly on each man, a hypnotic blend of expectation and restraint. Maps seemed alive, lines and points swaying in rhythm with thought, reflection, and doubt. Officers shifted again, voices low, modulated, measured, blending pride, fear, and the subtle pleasure of calculated anticipation. The scent of salt and ink mingled with warmth, creating a sensory anchor as decisions stretched into hours. The gentle hum of waves beneath the ship resonated with soft vibrations along the steel decks, a continuous pulse under deliberation. Even small details, a pen tapping lightly, the flick of a wrist, a soft sigh, added to the hypnotic cadence of the room. Each gesture echoed the subtle rhythms of risk, reflection, and human presence, measured and deliberate, and in every pause, every consideration, every quiet adjustment of posture or hand, The weight of potential consequence remained, delicate and pervasive. The Mediterranean beyond the hull carried both intent and uncertainty, soft arcs of motion echoing the stillness inside. Debate continued, layers of thought unfolding slowly, hypnotically, like waves rising and falling in careful cadence. Officers considered timing, distance, enemy movements, and the fragile confidence of prediction. Soft sunlight filtered through portholes, illuminating the room in warm gold, reflecting off polished instruments and the edges of maps. Even as words flowed, there was an almost meditative quality to the room's tension, the pulse of discussion matching the gentle undulation of the sea outside. Pride, caution, and inevitability wove together, each influencing, softening, or sharpening the other. Fingers rested lightly on maps, tracing imagined courses, then paused to reflect on possible outcomes, each hesitation carrying quiet gravity. The faint sound of wind and distant waves seemed to echo every decision, a hypnotic reminder of the world beyond walls and instruments. Officers shared nods, murmurs, subtle acknowledgements, small threads of connection amid uncertainty, and beneath all, the Mediterranean continued its slow, hypnotic rhythm, carrying potential and consequence in arcs of water and light. Each moment seemed stretched, deliberate, reflective, a soft, suspended pulse beneath pride, doubt, and the gentle passage of time. A subtle shift came when one officer suggested a bold maneuver, the idea floating softly before being dissected with measured care. Hesitation lingered, the soft weight of uncertainty stretching minutes into a hypnotic span. Pride urged forward, caution whispered restraint, and the pulse of inevitability carried both in equal measure. Fingers traced courses again, stopped and retraced, every gesture deliberate and deliberate, mirroring the soft undulation of the Mediterranean beyond. Even in silence, the air vibrated with possibility, each breath and glance, part of the careful rhythm of consideration. Sunlight touched polished brass, paper and ink in gentle arcs, softening edges and lending calm clarity to the hypnotic deliberation. Every nod, every slight tilt of the head, every quiet exhale became part of the slow pulse of decision-making. And through it all, the sea mirrored the tension, soft arcs of reflection, carrying thought and time in gentle hypnotic motion. Choices remained suspended, delicate yet weighty, like the crest of a wave poised before descent. The Italian command moved slowly, intentionally, carried forward in rhythm with water, thought, and consequence. By evening, decisions solidified softly, like ripples settling after a long swell. The room relaxed in measured acknowledgement, tension easing without vanishing, pride tempered by reflection, caution balanced by action. The Mediterranean outside shimmered, waves flowing in hypnotic rhythm beneath gentle arcs of fading light. Officers checked instruments, realigned maps, and murmured final considerations, their gestures deliberate, calm and slow. The scent of ink, paper, and salt remained, grounding thought in tangible presence as discussion quieted. Even as night approached, the pulse of deliberation continued softly, each man aware of responsibility, consequence, and subtle risk. Lines of communication were readied, engines poised, ships positioned, all synchronized with the slow, hypnotic heartbeat of the sea. The air hummed with anticipation, tempered by calm, each breath and gesture part of the measured rhythm that would carry orders into motion. And beneath every thought and decision, the Mediterranean flowed steadily, arcs of water and reflection, cradling the fragile balance of choice and inevitability. The Axis command moved forward, deliberate and quiet, the hypnotic pulse of sea and decision intertwined. The Mediterranean lay quiet beneath the fading sun, its surface fractured by scattered remnants of ships, drifting slowly in hypnotic arcs. Oil slicks shimmered like muted rainbows, reflecting soft light that mingled with the gentle rhythm of waves. Survivors clung to fragments of wood or canvas, their breathing steady, measured, almost meditative, as if attuned to the slow pulse of the sea. Metal groaned faintly beneath water, a subtle echoing reminder of vessels once proud and whole. The scent of salt mingled with lingering traces of smoke and fuel, soft and almost imperceptible, grounding every moment in presence. Above, gulls traced arcs of quiet motion, their wings slicing through warm air in gentle cadence, carrying with them an almost hypnotic reminder of calm beyond chaos. Each wave seemed to cradle both debris and human effort, rocking slowly, persistently, toward distant Malta. Even in fragments, movement persisted. Small boats lashed survivors, and the occasional buoy drifted in careful arcs, soft against the vast expanse of the sea. The silence between motions held reflection, a slow meditation on endurance and loss. And beneath it all, the Mediterranean cradled what remained, gentle and eternal, carrying memory in every ripple. Flares from distant fires cast muted patterns on the water, flickering slowly across the remnants of hulls. Survivors floated quietly, their heads lifted, eyes tracing the soft undulations, listening to the gentle lapping against wood and metal. Each sound, the whisper of waves, the distant hum of engines, the faint creak of twisted steel, formed a hypnotic rhythm, calming yet reflective. Smoke drifted lazily across the horizon, its soft arcs blending with warm air and distant light. The water held fragments of vessels and cargo, drifting in patterns that seemed almost choreographed by the slow pulse of the sea. Survivors adjusted their hold, tested small movements, and allowed the gentle rocking to guide them forward, carried by the hypnotic sway of water. Even amidst loss and quiet desolation, the pulse of survival continued, subtle but insistent. Malta's shores, distant and luminous, shimmered faintly, a guiding heartbeat beneath the gentle swell. And in that calm, reflective motion, the broken convoy moved forward, fragments of courage afloat on hypnotic waves. The sea cradled them all, a soft, eternal witness to what had endured. The scattered hulls of merchantmen and escorts lay in stillness, edges softened by water and time, their forms melting into the Mediterranean's hypnotic expanse. Small boats, guided by exhausted sailors, traced gentle arcs toward distant light, carrying both human effort and fragile cargo. The air held warmth, salt, and faint smoke, mixing in slow, reflective waves of scent that anchored attention to present moments. Every gentle creak of wood, every ripple along metal, became a part of the hypnotic rhythm of the sea, echoing both memory and motion. Survivors spoke in hushed tones, gestures careful, words minimal, their presence synchronized with the calm pulse of the waves. Above, gulls traced arcs and curves across sky and horizon, moving in slow, deliberate motion that mirrored the drifting convoy. Even distant fires softened into abstract reflections, light spreading in hypnotic undulations across oil-slicked water. And beneath it all, the Mediterranean cradled debris and hope, rhythmically carrying both forward, slow and unbroken. Malta shimmered faintly in the distance, a quiet promise beyond wreck and wave. The sea held memory gently, whispering its presence through every soft motion. Drifting survivors adjusted grips and ropes, feeling the gentle sway of water beneath them, a slow, hypnotic pulse that guided each movement. The creak of hulls below, subtle and musical, formed a quiet counterpoint to the rhythm of waves. Salt, smoke, and faint fuel carried in the air created sensory anchors, blending memory and presence in each inhale. Small gestures, shifting a piece of timber, steadying another's hand, became part of the meditative cadence of survival. Above, gulls circled silently, wings slicing arcs of calm across the warm horizon. Every ripple, every reflection, every soft motion reinforced the hypnotic pulse of endurance, carrying survivors onward. Even amid the brokenness of the convoy, movement persisted, fragile yet deliberate. Malta shimmered softly, distant but certain, a guiding heartbeat beneath fragments of ship, courage, and quiet determination. The water cradled each effort, each breath, each shift of balance, in gentle continuous rhythm, and through it all, the Mediterranean watched, silent, eternal, and deeply hypnotic. The sun sank lower, softening edges, diffusing light across oil, wood, and metal. Waves rocked gently, carrying reflections, debris, and human effort in hypnotic arcs of calm. Survivors paused, letting motion carry them, listening to the faint creak of vessels beneath, the soft lapping at edges, the rhythmic hiss of water over floating debris. The scent of salt and warm metal remained, grounding both mind and body in the slow pulse of the moment. Even as exhaustion pressed, small acts persisted, adjusting a rope, steadying a plank, whispering words to one another, gestures that mirrored the hypnotic sway of the Mediterranean. Flares of distant fires softened into reflections, light and shadow, stretching across gentle swells in delicate arcs. Above, gulls continued their arcs, wings slicing slow paths over the sea, a quiet reminder of calm continuity. The convoy, though fragmented, moved forward in persistent rhythm, each piece aligned with the subtle heartbeat of water and wind. And beneath every ripple and sway, the sea held memory, fragments of human courage, and the hypnotic pulse of endurance. Malta shimmered faintly, a luminous heartbeat guiding the drifting survivors toward hope. The night deepened, stars reflected softly in black water, waves carrying the faint scent of salt and smoke. Survivors drifted quietly, movement slow, deliberate, synchronized with gentle undulations of sea and debris. Every creak of metal, soft ripple against wood, and faint splash of water added to the meditative rhythm that carried them forward. Even distant fires softened into blurred reflections, arcs of light that matched the slow heartbeat of the Mediterranean. Small gestures continued, hands guiding, blankets adjusted, ropes steadied, as if each action were a brushstroke in a painting of calm endurance. The gentle rocking lulled minds into reflective presence, every breath and movement aligned with the hypnotic sway of waves. Gull calls punctuated silence softly, arcs of flight above echoing the drifting rhythm below. Malta's faint shimmer persisted, a guiding pulse that lent purpose to each slow, deliberate motion. And the sea, carrying fragments of ship and spirit alike, moved gently with them, a hypnotic cradle beneath exhaustion, reflection, and hope. In the quiet, the convoy remained, fragile yet persistent, drawn onward by gentle waves and steadfast rhythm. Debris and survivors moved in hypnotic patterns, arcs of reflection and motion stretched across the calm, dark water. Each piece of wreckage, each hand held steady, contributed to the rhythm of survival, subtle yet unbroken. The scent of salt, smoke, and warm wood anchored awareness, guiding action and thought alike. Gentle waves carried both reflection and human effort in meditative swells, moving all toward distant Malta. Stars above mirrored faintly on water, arcs of light echoing the soft pulse of the drifting convoy. Survivors adjusted positions, shared words, and offered quiet reassurance, each gesture part of the hypnotic rhythm of endurance. Even in brokenness, the pulse of hope remained, fragile yet insistent, aligned with slow undulations of sea and reflection. Malta's glow shimmered faintly, a guiding heartbeat beneath wreck, water, and human persistence. And through each ripple, sway, and soft motion, the Mediterranean cradled fragments of courage, memory, and presence, carrying them gently forward. The night deepened, still and hypnotic, a quiet witness to survival and endurance. By dawn, the Mediterranean held both memory and movement, oil slicks and wreckage glimmering under soft light. Survivors drifted with gentle arcs, listening to the creak of cooling metal and the rhythmic pulse of water beneath them. The scent of salt and warmth lingered, grounding every gesture and thought in calm presence. Small acts of care, steadying a plank, guiding a hand, whispering reassurance, continued synchronized with hypnotic undulations of the sea. Flares from distant fires had softened into reflections, arcs of gentle color blending with the warm gold of morning. Even amidst fragmentation, the convoy moved, each piece aligned with subtle rhythms of persistence and endurance. Above, gulls traced soft arcs, wings slicing slow, deliberate paths across horizon and reflection. Every ripple, creak, and breath echoed the hypnotic pulse of the Mediterranean. Gentle and continuous, Malta shimmered faintly, a distant heartbeat, drawing the drifting survivors closer to hope. And through it all, the sea cradled memory, courage and motion, soft, eternal, and hypnotic. The remaining ships moved with deliberate slowness, each mile toward Malta, a quiet act of will, a meditation in motion. The Ohio strained against the gentle swell, lashed between destroyers, her hull creaking softly under the persistent weight of cargo and endurance. Salt-laden wind whispered across decks, carrying the faint scent of smoke, fuel, and human effort. Sailors adjusted lines with careful hands, each gesture measured, each breath aligned with the hypnotic rhythm of the Mediterranean. The sun lowered gently, soft gold spilling across the water, blending warmth and reflection in quiet undulation. Waves rocked the ships in slow arcs, carrying motion and thought together in a synchronized heartbeat of persistence. Above, gulls traced arcs in quiet flight, wings slicing calm paths through the deepening sky, echoing the deliberate pulse below. Survivors from earlier wrecks floated close, guided and steadied, part of the extended rhythm of human endurance across the water. Even as fatigue pressed, focus and resolve remained, steady and hypnotic, each movement part of the slow dance toward Malta. And beneath it all, the sea carried them, gentle yet insistent toward a distant shimmer of hope. Night fell gradually, draping soft shadows over decks and water, a quiet cloak of calm that seemed to fold the world in reflection. The Ohio moved almost imperceptibly, her every inch forward a triumph of collective effort, a quiet, persistent heartbeat. Engines hummed low, the vibration traveling through steel and timber, mingling with the soft lap of waves along hulls. Sailors leaned into wind and rhythm, eyes steady, hands moving with meditative precision, adjusting rigging, observing the pulse of water beneath. The scent of salt, smoke, and faint metal lingered, weaving a hypnotic tapestry that held mind and body in gentle focus. Small gestures continued to anchor presence, steadying a rope, guiding a hand, offering a nod or whispered encouragement across deck. The Mediterranean undulated beneath them in hypnotic arcs, reflecting stars above, distant fires, and faint glimmers of Malta on the horizon. Every subtle movement became a quiet rhythm, reinforcing persistence, presence, and hope, and through the steady hum of engines, the rocking of waves, and the soft chorus of human effort, the convoy pressed forward, deliberate and unbroken. The sea carried them gently, a slow, continuous pulse beneath exhaustion, determination, and quiet expectation. Stars reflected softly on oil-slicked waves, arcs of light merging with gentle shadows cast by faint fires from distant wreckage. The Ohio shuddered as her crew labored, her hull groaning softly in sympathetic rhythm to the engines that held her afloat. Sailors worked in hypnotic coordination, hands moving in unspoken harmony, adjusting lines, guiding survivors, measuring each motion with calm attention. The scent of salt and fuel mingled with warmth, grounding mind and body in presence and persistence. Even as fatigue pressed heavy, subtle rituals, coffee shared, gloves adjusted, blankets wrapped, sustained focus and human connection. Above, gulls traced arcs of flight, wings slicing calm paths that echoed the gentle pulse of water beneath. Every movement, creak and ripple, contributed to the slow meditative rhythm of endurance and effort. The horizon shimmered faintly, a distant promise, each mile forward a soft prayer whispered in motion. And beneath it all, the Mediterranean carried ships, crew, and hope in gentle hypnotic cadence. Malta lay beyond, luminous and patient, waiting with quiet certainty. The Ohio strained, hull flexing with every wave, engines humming low in persistent vibration. The two destroyers alongside moved like quiet sentinels, every adjustment in unison, every line tightened with calm determination. Sailors leaned against rails, adjusting positions, listening to the soft pulse of waves and the gentle groan of stressed steel. Salt and warmth mingled with the faint scent of oil and fuel, grounding senses and attention in hypnotic focus. Each mile forward was a deliberate act of will, a measured meditation carried out in rhythm with the undulating Mediterranean. Distant fires flickered like whispers, reflections dancing in arcs across water that held wreckage, survivors, and determination alike. Above, gulls continued their arcs of flight, wings slicing slow, deliberate paths that mirrored the hypnotic sway of the convoy. Small gestures persisted, steadying ropes, guiding hands, offering a nod of reassurance, each part of the collective pulse of human endurance. And through every subtle shudder of hulls, ripple of waves, and quiet breath, the convoy pressed forward, deliberate, meditative, and unbroken. Malta waited, faint but luminous, a heartbeat in the distance drawing all gently onward. Night deepened, folding the Mediterranean into arcs of dark and reflection, oil-slicked water, shimmering faintly beneath soft starlight. The Ohio moved with almost imperceptible rhythm, each inch forward a triumph of coordination and persistence. Sailors leaned into their work, hands moving with quiet focus, eyes tracing the slow, hypnotic arcs of waves and distant horizon. Salt, smoke, and warm metal mingled in air, carrying the subtle pulse of human presence across decks. Every gesture, from tightening a line to guiding a plank, aligned with the meditative rhythm of the convoy, reinforcing endurance and quiet resolve. Waves carried reflections of distant fires, stars, and faint light from Malta, merging motion, reflection, and hope in hypnotic cadence. Even amidst fatigue, small acts of care persisted, anchoring presence and continuity through whispered words, steady hands, and shared warmth. Above, gulls traced arcs of calm flight, wings slicing gentle paths over the water's reflective surface. And beneath all, The Mediterranean held the convoy in its slow, persistent rhythm, a silent cradle of endurance, reflection, and quiet prayer. The horizon shimmered softly, a faint heartbeat guiding each mile forward. Dawn approached, painting waves in soft gold and silver, light merging with lingering shadows and faint traces of smoke. The Ohio strained forward, each shudder a delicate echo of human effort and will, hull and crew bound in hypnotic rhythm. Sailors moved deliberately, hands adjusting, eyes steady, breath synchronized with the gentle sway of water beneath. Salt and fuel mixed with warmth, grounding presence, focus, and reflection in each inhale. Waves rolled in arcs that carried both debris and determination, a hypnotic cadence guiding every subtle movement. Malta shimmered faintly, distant yet luminous, its glow a quiet heartbeat, drawing the weary convoy onward. Above, gulls traced arcs across sky and water, their wings slicing slow, deliberate paths that mirrored the rhythm below. Small gestures of care, steadying a rope, offering a nod, adjusting a blanket continued, part of the hypnotic pulse of endurance. And through every ripple, every groan of steel, every inhaled breath, the convoy pressed forward, deliberate, rhythmic, and unbroken. The Mediterranean cradled them, soft and eternal, beneath fatigue, hope, and quiet anticipation. Even as daylight grew, the Ohio and her companions moved forward in measured arcs, their progress almost ceremonial in its quiet insistence. Sailors leaned into effort, hands moving automatically, eyes tracing the soft hypnotic swell of the waves. Salt, smoke, and warmth mingled in the air, each breath a soft meditation, each gesture a quiet statement of persistence. Reflections of light and shadow danced across water, oil, and wreckage in gentle, hypnotic undulations. The horizon shimmered faintly, a luminous heartbeat pulling every mile forward, each movement an act of will. Small gestures persisted, ropes tightened, hands steadied, whispered encouragement passed along decks in quiet, rhythmic cadence. Above, gulls traced arcs of calm, deliberate flight, echoing the hypnotic pulse of the convoy below. Every creak of hull, every ripple of water, every gentle sway of waves reinforced the soft rhythm of endurance. And through it all, the Mediterranean carried them gently, yet insistently, every mile a meditation of persistence, motion, and hope. Malta awaited, luminous, patient, a quiet beacon, drawing them steadily onward. Night returned like a prayer, soft and enveloping, draping shadows over waves and ships alike. The Ohio, lashed between destroyers, creaked gently in hypnotic cadence, each movement forward a measured triumph of human coordination. Sailors leaned against railings, hands steady, eyes calm, breath synchronized with the gentle sway of water beneath them. Salt, smoke, and faint warmth mingled, carrying a subtle hypnotic rhythm that held body and mind in presence. Every subtle gesture, from steadying a plank to guiding a survivor, contributed to the meditative pulse of endurance. Waves lapped gently, carrying reflections, oil and light in arcs of hypnotic undulation across the Mediterranean. Malta shimmered softly beyond the horizon, a distant heartbeat, luminous and patient, drawing the weary convoy forward. Gull calls punctuated the night, arcs of wings slicing calm paths over water and reflection, echoing the pulse of motion below. And through every ripple, shudder, and subtle breath, the convoy pressed on, deliberate, rhythmic, and almost sacred in its persistence. The Mediterranean cradled them all, slow and hypnotic, beneath fatigue, reflection, and the gentle certainty of hope. Malta held its breath beneath a pale morning sun, the streets quiet, the bells that usually marked time silent in respectful anticipation. Families clustered near windows and doorways, eyes trained on the horizon, waiting for a sign that relief had arrived. Children sat near docks, knees drawn up, whispering to each other, their voices blending with the soft lap of waves against the quays. The scent of salt and dust hung lightly in the air, a subtle reminder of both scarcity and endurance. Every breeze carried the quiet pulse of expectation, gentle yet insistent, like a heartbeat under soft skin. Women adjusted garments, held baskets, and exchanged quiet murmurs, each movement careful and reflective. Dogs padded along empty streets, their soft paws muted against cobblestones, adding to the hypnotic rhythm of stillness. Even the wind seemed to move deliberately, whispering across shutters, carrying hope and apprehension in equal measure. And in every eye turned seaward, every hand pressed lightly against stone or rope. The island waited, suspended in quiet meditation. The horizon stretched patient, calm, and infinite, holding promise beyond the gentle swell of water. Fishermen lingered near their moorings, hands resting on hulls, eyes tracing arcs of light across the Mediterranean, searching for the first sign of the convoy. Nets hung loosely from masts, swaying in rhythm with gentle waves, their subtle movement echoing the hypnotic heartbeat of waiting. Each tiny sound, a gull's call, the creak of a rope, the whisper of a breeze, seemed amplified in the silence, carrying both anticipation and reflection. Women leaned over balconies, children at their side, faces soft in the morning light. Every glance toward the horizon, a small act of hope. The scent of bread baking far inland mingled faintly with salt and dust, a quiet counterpoint to hunger and patience alike. Ships' masts rose faintly on the horizon, like distant lines in a slow painting, almost hypnotic in their soft persistence. The island held still, each heartbeat of expectation synchronized with the gentle undulations of water. Even the gulls traced arcs of calm flight, wings slicing the air slowly, a quiet rhythm mirrored in every waiting chest. And beneath it all, the Mediterranean pulsed gently, carrying promise and reflection in each subtle ripple. Malta exhaled softly, a slow collective breath of anticipation, tethered to the pulse of the distant sea. Streets remained mostly empty, but for scattered residents, tracing soft arcs toward the harbour, eyes fixed on water, posture quiet, movements deliberate, children pressed against railings, small hands cupped to their faces, whispering names and prayers to the distant horizon. The smell of salt and faint smoke from past fires lingered, merging with warmth from sunlit stones, grounding attention in present stillness. Women adjusted baskets and wraps, sharing quiet words with neighbors, their gestures hypnotically deliberate, measured, reflective. Each ripple of the Mediterranean seemed to carry a heartbeat of hope, gentle and persistent, moving across distance to meet the island's waiting gaze. The docks held silent shadows of boats once active, swaying faintly in arcs, their quiet motion mirrored by soft human presence. Even the bells above the churches remained still, their usual chimes replaced by the rhythmic inhalation and exhalation of collective patience. Above, gulls circled lazily, tracing arcs of calm that mirrored gentle anticipation on land and sea. And in every hand resting lightly on stone, every finger tracing the curve of a railing, Malta waited, suspended in quiet reflection. The horizon shimmered faintly, a soft, luminous heartbeat, guiding expectation and attention alike. A soft breeze drifted over quays and narrow streets, carrying the faint scent of salt, dust, and warmth from sun-baked stone. Mothers held children close, whispering softly, while older siblings adjusted nets, ropes, and lines, all movements aligned with hypnotic rhythm of patient observation. Even the smallest gestures, tilting a head, squinting against the sun, adjusting a shawl, contributed to the meditative cadence of waiting. From distant hills, the faint hum of the island's few working engines punctuated silence, a gentle reminder of life persisting amidst stillness. Shadows traced slowly across cobblestones, arcs of warmth and reflection, echoing the slow pulse of expectation. Fishermen's eyes traced the horizon in measured repetition, hands occasionally lifting binoculars, then resting in quiet reflection. Every soft creak of rope, every subtle lap of water against stone joined the hypnotic rhythm of anticipation. The children whispered names and prayers softly, their voices blending with distant gulls in arcs of calm motion. And beneath every glance, every inhalation, every soft adjustment of posture, the island held itself in collective meditation. Malta waited, patient and luminous, a heartbeat beneath both expectation and hope. On the horizon, faint arcs of smoke began to rise, blending with the morning haze, subtle yet persistent, drawing every eye and breath toward distant promise. Mothers, fathers, and children alike leaned gently forward, each heartbeat synchronized with the hypnotic rhythm of approaching relief. The scent of salt grew stronger, mingled with faint warmth from sunlit docks and distant smoke, carrying a sensory tide of expectation. The waves lapped slowly, rhythmically, carrying reflections, debris, and memory in quiet arcs of motion. Children whispered softly, nudging one another, pointing to distant masts, tracing shapes that emerged like gentle lines on water. Even the adults' movements mirrored the hypnotic rhythm of the sea, hands resting lightly, heads tilted, feet shifting gently to adjust to the slow pulse of anticipation. Above, gulls sliced arcs of calm flight across the horizon, echoing the slow meditative heartbeat below, and in every soft breath, every tilt of the head, every gentle exhale, Malta seemed to inhale with its people, suspended in still, hypnotic expectation. The faint glimmer of ships grew slowly brighter, arcs of motion in the distance, carrying hope with quiet insistence. The island's heartbeat pulsed, slow, deliberate, waiting for relief to meet its shores. The first masts broke the horizon fully, shimmering faintly in arcs that mirrored the gentle sway of water and expectation on land. Children leaned forward, voices hushed, eyes wide, tracing each movement with hypnotic attention, sensing the rhythm of promise. Mothers and fathers adjusted baskets, blankets and shawls, posture gentle, breath synchronized with the slow pulse of anticipation. Salt and warmth carried in the air, blending with faint smoke and distant hums, grounding every subtle movement in hypnotic presence. Small gestures persisted, hands resting lightly on railings, eyes tracing lines of light, heads tilting slowly toward horizon, each an anchor to reflection and hope. The water reflected arcs of gold, shadow, and faint light, echoing the gentle undulations of human attention. Even the gulls traced arcs overhead, wings slicing paths of calm flight, rhythmically echoing the meditative pulse below. And in every heartbeat, every inhalation, every subtle sigh, the island seemed to inhale and exhale in quiet anticipation of reunion. Malta held itself still, luminous, patient, cradled in the gentle rhythm of waiting. The distant convoy pressed forward, arcs of ship and hope, moving in hypnotic cadence toward the quays. Soft waves lapped against quays as the first hulls broke through the morning haze, lines of light tracing arcs on water that mirrored soft reflections on cobblestones. Children whispered, pointing, nudging, their breaths gentle, each word synchronized with the hypnotic motion of expectation. Adults leaned lightly forward, hands brushing stone, nets, and railings, posture measured, movement rhythmic, as if in gentle conversation with the sea itself. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke lingered, merging in a sensory meditation of hope, calm, and presence. The approaching ships moved slowly, deliberately, every inch a quiet triumph over exhaustion, distance, and anticipation. Gull calls punctuated soft exhalations, arcs of wings, tracing calm paths above, their rhythm echoing the pulse of motion below. Mothers adjusted wraps. Fathers steadied children. Elders nodded softly to one another, gestures synchronized in hypnotic cadence. Even the faint sound of engines, distant but persistent, contributed to the gentle heartbeat of anticipation, sweeping the island. And through every subtle shift, every breath, every blink, Malta held itself in collective meditation, suspended between longing and arrival. The horizon shimmered gently, carrying promise, relief, and the hypnotic pulse of approaching salvation. As the first tenders neared the docks, arcs of light and motion blended across water and stone, merging reflection, movement, and anticipation. Children leaned forward, fingers tracing arcs on railings, eyes wide, hearts slow and steady in the hypnotic rhythm of hope. Adults shifted gently, adjusting posture, hands resting lightly, eyes following the slow pulse of the Mediterranean and the approaching ships. Salt and warmth mingled with faint smoke scent, carrying both memory and anticipation, grounding attention in the moment. Every gentle lap of water, every subtle creak of hull, every sigh carried forward in measured hypnotic cadence. Gulls circled arcs above, wings slicing slow, deliberate paths that mirrored the meditative rhythm below. Small gestures persisted, hands guiding children, adjusting baskets, whispering encouragement, each part of the hypnotic rhythm of collective anticipation. And in every subtle breath, every quiet gaze, every soft adjustment, Malta held itself, patient, luminous, and suspended in meditative reflection. The first hulls reached quays with gentle arcs, breaking the horizon softly, a quiet herald of relief and continuation. The Mediterranean carried both ship and expectation together, arcs of motion and reflection merging in hypnotic harmony. The Ohio moved slowly, almost imperceptibly, lashed between two vigilant destroyers, each wave a quiet struggle against exhaustion and damage. Her hull groaned softly under the persistent stress of battle, creaking with the gentle rhythm of the Mediterranean, as if the sea itself acknowledged the weight she carried. Smoke drifted faintly from her engines, mingling with the salt-laden air, a muted signal of trials endured and perseverance rewarded. Sailors leaned over railings, hands steadying lines, eyes fixed on the shimmer of Valletta's grand harbor, hearts slow but steady in hypnotic anticipation. Children near the quays pressed forward, small faces pale with awe, whispering to one another in hushed arcs of excitement. The scent of salt, warmth, and faint fuel mingled, carrying the pulse of human effort across the harbor in soft, rhythmic waves. Women adjusted wraps, fathers steadied children, and elders nodded quietly to one another, gestures gentle, deliberate, and aligned with the hypnotic cadence of arrival. Every shudder, every creak, every subtle sway of the Ohio seemed synchronized with the breath of the harbor itself, a slow, collective inhalation of relief. And beneath the gentle pulse of water, the two destroyers guided her forward, a silent ballet of steel, persistence, and quiet triumph. The horizon of the harbor stretched open, patient, calm, welcoming the weary, wounded vessel into its embrace. Harbor workers leaned lightly on railings, eyes tracing arcs of light on water and hull, breath soft, synchronized with the hypnotic rhythm of expectation. The Ohio shivered with every gentle wave, her crew moving slowly to balance weight, adjust ropes, and maintain delicate equilibrium. The scent of salt blended with faint smoke, warmth, and the subtle metallic tang of steel under stress, grounding attention in the immediate and gentle present. Children whispered softly, nudging one another, pointing at the massive hull, eyes tracing arcs of movement, hearts aligned with the pulse of calm anticipation. Sailors aboard the destroyers adjusted lines, exchanged quiet words, each gesture deliberate, hypnotic, part of the continuous rhythm of endurance and care. The water lapped softly against hulls, carrying reflections of sunlight, distant masts, and faint glimmers of Malta's quays in gentle, hypnotic arcs. Even gulls traced slow, deliberate paths over water, wings slicing arcs of calm flight, mirrored in the swaying ships below. And in every soft creak of metal, every subtle sway, every hushed exhalation, the Ohio edged closer to safety, each moment a meditation on persistence. The harbor stretched open, luminous and patient, welcoming her slow, steady progress with gentle insistence. Malta held its breath with the Ohio, every heartbeat aligned with hers, waiting for the soft triumph of arrival. The first lines of the harbor touched her hull lightly, ropes taut, hands adjusting slowly, movements deliberate and synchronized. The Ohio groaned, subtle arcs of her hull flexing under combined strain and relief. Each groan a soft echo of triumph. Sailors leaned over railings, hands moving with quiet precision, eyes scanning water, sky and dock alike, breath slow, aligned, meditative. Children pressed closer, whispering, pointing, tracing arcs of reflection on water that mirrored the rhythm of their own anticipation. Salt, faint smoke, and warmth mingled in the air, carrying a hypnotic cadence across decks, quays, and distant streets. Every subtle movement, from tightening a line to steadying a plank, became part of the slow hypnotic choreography of arrival. Gulls circled arcs above, wings cutting slow, deliberate paths that echoed the pulse of movement below. The Ohio edged further, each inch forward, a triumph of coordination, endurance, and quiet heroism. And beneath the gentle lapping of water, the collective breath of sailors, islanders, and children alike carried the wounded vessel toward its final berth. Valletta shimmered softly, patient and luminous, holding the Ohio in gentle embrace as the harbor absorbed her slowly, carefully. Lines were secured with soft arcs of motion, hands steady, ropes creaking gently under gentle tension, each adjustment a quiet meditation on precision. The Ohio trembled subtly, with each swell hull shuddering in hypnotic rhythm as she approached her berth, sustained by calm yet insistent effort. Sailors leaned in, whispered words, adjusted positions, their motions synchronized with the hypnotic cadence of water, wind, and hull. Children held breath softly, eyes wide, tracing arcs of motion with gentle fascination, their whispers merging with the subtle lapping of water. Adults adjusted posture, hands resting lightly, eyes following movement, breaths aligned with the quiet pulse of anticipation. The scent of salt warmth and faint smoke remained, grounding attention in the moment and softening the weight of fatigue. Gulls traced arcs above, silent observers, wings slicing slow paths that mirrored the meditative rhythm of ships below. and in every subtle sway, every soft groan of metal, every inhalation and exhalation, the Ohio inched closer to quiet triumph. The harbor seemed to respond with gentle encouragement, embracing hull, crew and cargo alike, in calm, persistent arcs. Every heartbeat aboard, every gentle gesture ashore, aligned in hypnotic cadence, carrying vessel and people toward the moment of quiet victory. The Ohio touched the berth at last, hull creaking softly against fenders, metal sighing in gentle relief, arcs of motion slowing, rhythm softening. Sailors exhaled gently, hands resting lightly on lines, eyes following subtle reflections on water that mirrored their own quiet triumph. Children whispered excitedly, leaning forward, small hands tracing arcs on railings, hearts aligned with hypnotic rhythm of completion. Adults adjusted wraps and baskets, hands brushing stone lightly, posture slow, deliberate, reflective, grounded in presence. Salt, faint smoke and warmth mingled, carrying the subtle pulse of calm across decks and quays, echoing the meditative arcs of relief. Every creak of hull, subtle sway of ship, and gentle lap of water joined the soft chorus of human and maritime endurance. Gulls circled arcs above, tracing slow paths that mirrored the hypnotic rhythm of arrival below, wings slicing the gentle morning air. And in each quiet exhalation, each soft nod, each hushed whisper, Malta absorbed the Ohio, wounded, steadfast, victorious. The tanker settled at berth, her cargo safe, her story complete in arcs of gentle hypnotic motion. The harbor itself seemed to breathe slowly, quietly, rhythmically, carrying relief and reflection in gentle pulse. Soft cheers and hushed applause rose in arcs along the quays, restrained yet heartfelt, carried in gentle waves over water and stone. The Ohio groaned faintly, subtle arcs of metal flexing under relief, as sailors leaned back, eyes soft, breathing aligned with the hypnotic rhythm of completion. Children clutched parents' hands, whispered names, pointed to distant masts and lines, their voices merging in quiet chorus with gentle water laps. Adults adjusted posture, shifted weight, resting lightly, gestures slow, deliberate, reflective, synchronized with the gentle cadence of arrival. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke lingered, carrying a sensory meditation across harbor, ships and people alike. Every creak of rope, sway of ship, and subtle breath contributed to the hypnotic rhythm of presence and reflection. Gulls circled arcs above, wings slicing slow paths, echoing gentle pulse below, quiet companions to human observation. And in every soft exhalation, every hushed whisper, every careful movement, the Ohio rested, cradled by harbor, crew, and island alike. Valletta's quays glimmered faintly, arcs of reflection, merging with motion and stillness, a calm rhythm of relief and quiet heroism. The tanker's mission complete, her cargo saved, she exhaled softly into stillness, waves lapping gently, echoing arcs of calm and triumph. Even as activity settled to gentle rhythm, the Ohio remained a quiet presence, her hull a testament to endurance, her motion slowed to hypnotic arcs of rest. Sailors moved lightly, adjusting lines, leaning, sitting, breath synchronized with gentle lap of water, posture soft and deliberate. Children continued to whisper, pointing softly, tracing arcs on railings, their attention held in calm fascination. Adults shifted weight, slowly, hands resting lightly, faces reflective, absorbing the gentle pulse of relief and quiet triumph. Salt, faint smoke, and warmth lingered in air, carrying subtle echoes of effort, endurance, and presence. Every soft creak, sway and ripple aligned with hypnotic cadence, a meditation of patience, persistence, and quiet heroism. Gulls continued arcs of slow flight above, wings slicing gentle paths over calm water, motion echoing below, and in each gentle breath, each soft exhalation, every whispered word, the harbor and crew merged in collective reflection. The Ohio rested fully at berth, her story complete, arcs of human and maritime endurance, converging in hypnotic stillness. Valletta held her softly, patiently, the sea carrying subtle echoes of triumph, reflection and calm in every gentle wave. The harbor quieted further, arcs of light reflecting softly across water and hull, subtle pulses of relief traveling through decks, quays, and people alike. Sailors exhaled, hands resting lightly, heads tilting softly, eyes tracing subtle arcs of water and reflection, synchronized with hypnotic rhythm of completion. Children leaned forward, fingers tracing arcs on railings, whispering soft observations, their voices part of the gentle pulse of presence. Adults adjusted posture, weight and gaze, gestures slow, deliberate, reflective, aligned with subtle arcs of calm across harbor and deck. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke mingled in air, carrying rhythm of presence, effort, and quiet heroism across distance and time. Every subtle sway, creak, ripple, and breath contributed to hypnotic cadence, a meditation on endurance, arrival, and reflection. Gulls circled arcs above, wings slicing paths, echoing rhythm of stillness and observation below, and in every subtle exhalation, every gentle glance, every soft nod, Malta and crew merged in quiet meditation, arcs of hope and calm, echoing across water. The Ohio rested fully, broken yet victorious, arcs of effort, endurance, and heroism, crystallized in hypnotic stillness. Valletta's grand harbor carried her gently, rhythmically, softly, a testament to perseverance and quiet triumph. Malta exhaled slowly, as if relief itself had weight, settling gently across sunlit streets and quays. Windows that had been shuttered for months opened softly, letting in light that danced across stone walls in quiet arcs. Children's laughter returned, tentative at first, mingling with whispers and gentle exhalations of joy from adults. Streets seemed to breathe again, soft steps echoing lightly, rhythm slow, hypnotic, as if the island itself was learning to move once more. Sailors and civilians alike shared quiet greetings, hands brushing gently, voices low, carrying the hypnotic pulse of relief. Salt and warmth lingered in the air, mingled with faint smoke from last fires, soft reminders of both endurance and cost. Even the gulls seemed to adjust their flight, tracing calm arcs above, wings cutting patterns of quiet reflection across sky and harbor. And beneath it all, the Mediterranean held its steady pulse, waves moving slowly, carrying echoes of effort, loss, and survival. In every soft gesture, every quiet step, the island meditated on its own resilience, fragile yet luminous. Life had returned, measured and deliberate, but the memory of absence hovered softly beneath every motion. Fishermen repaired nets, gently adjusting ropes and lines, their movements slow, deliberate, hypnotic, echoing the pulse of water below. The scent of salt mingled with faint oil and warmth from sunlit stones, grounding attention in gentle presence. Children traced arcs of movement with small fingers, following gulls above, or boats that swayed gently at docks. Mothers and fathers exchanged quiet words, gestures soft, movements synchronized with calm rhythm of collective relief. Windows reflected light onto streets, arcs of sun and shadow moving slowly, hypnotic in their gentle cadence. Even small creaks of timber, the soft lapping of water, and distant hums of life blended into the meditative rhythm of everyday recovery. And in each subtle inhalation, exhalation, and step, the island stitched together memory, endurance, and hope. The air seemed to shimmer lightly with quiet gratitude, soft and pervasive, carrying a hypnotic pulse across stone, water, and human presence. Malta moved forward softly, delicately, honoring those lost, while embracing those still here. Every subtle gesture, every soft breath, every quiet step contributed to arcs of calm reflection and gentle survival. Food and fuel arrived, parcels and barrels moving slowly along quays, scent mingling with salt and warmth in hypnotic rhythm. Women carried baskets lightly, children followed, feet tracing gentle arcs on cobblestones, their small voices harmonizing with distant lapping waves. Sailors and dock workers adjusted cargo carefully, hands moving with deliberate precision, synchronized with the subtle pulse of the island's renewed life. Sunlight glimmered on water and metal, arcs reflecting across gentle swells, hypnotic in their soft insistence. Even faint smoke from distant kitchens mingled with salt air, carrying reminders of both endurance and nourishment. People paused briefly, inhaling softly, eyes tracing lines of light and movement, acknowledging recovery in meditative presence. Gull calls echoed across harbor, arcs of wings slicing paths in hypnotic rhythm that mirrored gentle human activity below. And in every step, every whispered word, every subtle gesture of care, Malta breathed slowly, exhaling relief and gratitude. Streets and docks hummed softly, with gentle life, hypnotic arcs of human and maritime endurance converging. The island's pulse moved delicately, measured, soothing, carrying both presence and reflection across every stone and wave. The quiet joy of survival threaded through shelters, homes, and docks, a slow rhythm of shared relief and gentle reflection. Children played lightly, voices soft, laughter like delicate arcs over stone, blending with gentle exhalations of adults nearby. Mothers adjusted wraps, fathers steadied steps, elders nodded softly, gestures slow, deliberate, and hypnotic in presence. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke carried through air, merging past, present, and hope into soft sensory arcs. The harbor held echoes of arrival, arcs of motion and effort, lingering in water, hulls, and ropes. All movements subdued yet persistent. Even the faint hum of engines, distant and steady, blended into the meditative rhythm of recovery, subtle and pervasive. And in each inhalation, exhalation, and soft movement, the island stitched together memory, endurance, and delicate triumph. The sun reflected arcs of light across cobblestones and water, hypnotic in its slow, measured glow. Malta moved gently through its recovery, honoring every breath, every smile, every small gesture, and beneath the surface of calm, the weight of absence lingered softly, a quiet meditation on cost and survival. The docks seemed to sway gently with the rhythm of water, cargo moving slowly, hands adjusting, gestures deliberate, hypnotic in their precision. Fishermen returned to smaller boats, nets in arcs of careful motion, eyes tracing gentle lines across the Mediterranean. Children whispered, pointed, and laughed lightly. Movement synchronized with gentle waves and arcs of sunlit reflection on stone. Mothers and fathers exchanged quiet smiles, nodding softly, gestures slow, deliberate, aligned with hypnotic cadence of recovery. Salt, faint smoke, and warmth hung in air, grounding every subtle movement in present awareness and gentle reflection. Gulls sliced arcs above, wings cutting paths across soft blue sky, rhythm echoing the meditative pulse below. Every soft creak of timber, every gentle lapping of water, every subtle exhalation contributed to hypnotic rhythm of calm survival. And in each gentle gaze, whispered word, and slow adjustment, Malta stitched memory and relief together in delicate arcs. Streets, quays, and windows shimmered with calm presence, measured and deliberate, a hypnotic meditation on fragile endurance. The island moved forward softly, every heartbeat aligned with gentle arcs of hope, memory, and quiet reflection. Even as life returned, the weight of cost lingered faintly beneath the rhythm of calm activity. Shipwrecks lay beyond the horizon, silent reminders of sacrifice, arcs of metal and water memorized by the sea. Families paused softly, touching walls, stones, or railings, breathing slowly, acknowledging loss and survival simultaneously. Children's laughter rose gently, arcs of sound threading through quiet streets and gentle lapping waves. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke carried subtle reminders of both scarcity endured and nourishment restored, a hypnotic rhythm of contrast. Sailors and dockworkers leaned lightly, adjusting cargo, hands brushing stone and rope in deliberate arcs. And in every soft gesture, every inhalation, every careful step, Malta reconciled triumph and mourning in hypnotic cadence. Windows reflected arcs of light across streets, stone, and water, soft glimmers of calm presence. Gull calls traced arcs overhead, echoing gentle pulse of recovery and reflection below. The Mediterranean held the memory of loss and relief in soft, steady arcs, carrying both quietly forward. Quiet celebrations rippled through the island, measured, soft, hypnotic, arcs of gratitude, tracing gentle patterns across quays, streets, and homes. Children played lightly, small gestures synchronized with subtle laps of water, soft laughter, blending with gentle exhalations of adults. Mothers and fathers adjusted wraps and baskets, heads tilting gently, eyes tracing arcs of motion across stone and reflection. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke persisted, grounding subtle attention in gentle meditation of presence, survival, and hope. Even small creaks, lapping waves, and distant hums of activity contributed to hypnotic rhythm of quiet triumph. And in every whispered word, gentle nod, or soft glance, Malta moved softly, arcs of memory and survival intertwined. Streets shimmered with slow pulses of sunlight, arcs of reflection moving hypnotically across water and stone. Gulls circled above, wings slicing calm paths, arcs echoing the meditative pulse below. Every soft breath, step, and gesture stitched together, survival and reflection in hypnotic cadence. The island exhaled, patient and luminous, carrying arcs of fragile endurance gently forward. Life returned slowly, measured, hypnotic, arcs of calm threading through stone, water, and human presence alike. Children ran lightly across quays, fingers tracing arcs on stone, eyes wide with quiet fascination, voices blending softly with gentle exhalations of adults nearby. Mothers and fathers exchanged quiet smiles, hands brushing lightly against stone baskets and railings, posture slow, deliberate, meditative. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke lingered, carrying subtle arcs of memory and endurance, grounding attention in present reflection. Sailors moved gently, lines adjusted, hulls shifting softly, subtle arcs of metal and rope, echoing hypnotic rhythm below. Gulls traced arcs above, wings slicing slow paths that mirrored the meditative pulse across stone and water. and in every exhalation, every glance, every small movement, Malta stitched memory, survival, and reflection into soft, continuous arcs. Sunlight shimmered gently, reflecting across gentle waves, stone and hulls, hypnotic in its soft insistence. Streets and docks pulsed with calm, gentle motion, every breath and gesture part of meditative cadence. The island held itself, fragile, yet luminous arcs of hope, endurance, and reflection, tracing the hypnotic rhythm of survival forward. Evening fell gently over the island, arcs of soft light blending with warmth and salt in the air, a slow rhythm of day giving way to night. Children rested, leaning against parents or railings, breaths synchronized with soft exhalations of adults, posture slow, deliberate, meditative. Women and men adjusted wraps and lanterns, hands moving lightly, eyes tracing subtle arcs of reflection across stone and water. The Mediterranean moved softly, gentle waves lapping, arcs of motion, hypnotic, carrying echoes of day, loss, and triumph. Gull calls subsided, wings tracing arcs, only faintly visible in golden haze, rhythm echoing calm below. Sailors rested lightly aboard docked ships, hands brushing ropes and rails, breath soft, slow, hypnotic, aligned with gentle pulse of evening, and in every soft gesture, every quiet step, every subtle exhalation, Malta held itself in meditative rhythm, arcs of memory, survival, and reflection intertwining. Lanterns reflected arcs of golden light on stone and water, soft glimmers of presence, lingering hypnotically across harbor. Every soft sound, whisper, and movement carried gentle arcs of gratitude, endurance, and quiet triumph. The island exhaled, slow and luminous, arcs of fragile survival, threading softly into night, carrying hypnotic calm forward. Beneath the calm surface of the Mediterranean, silent hulks lay scattered across the gentle folds of the seabed, their dark shapes softened by drifting sand and light that filtered through water in slow, hypnotic arcs. Fish wove through gun turrets and twisted metal, their movements languid, almost ceremonial, tracing quiet patterns where once the roar of engines and the cries of sailors had filled the air. Divers moved slowly among the wrecks, bubbles rising in rhythmic arcs, each exhalation a gentle punctuation in the vast stillness. The ocean cradled these remnants, patient and quiet, preserving stories without judgment, carrying the memory of effort, endurance, and courage in slow pulses. Rust flowered softly across steel, a muted testament to time's passage, as if the metal itself exhaled the years of struggle and sacrifice. And through this quiet choreography of life and decay, the hypnotic rhythm of presence and reflection spread across the seabed, a gentle meditation on what remains when all else falls silent. Light refracted through water, casting arcs across decks and rails, and even in shadow there was a calm that seemed deliberate, measured, eternal. The silence was not empty but full, carrying whispers of human effort and resilience that moved slowly through the currents. Each wreck, each fragment, each still echo beneath the waves reminded those above that courage does not vanish, but transforms, lingering quietly in memory. And as divers paused to float gently among these relics, the sea exhaled, holding stories, both lost and found, in hypnotic rhythm. Metal groaned softly under the weight of water, arcs of rust and scale, forming gentle patterns over once proud hulls. Fish traced slow, deliberate lines through open decks and gun ports, weaving life into spaces once defined by human motion. Divers' light swept softly across interiors, illuminating arcs of color and shadow, movements deliberate, hypnotic, meditative. Salt and faint brine, mixed with bubbles, scent subtle, grounding attention in presence, breathing life into the quiet meditation. Every creak of hull, every sway of debris, every motion of fins through water joined the hypnotic pulse of endurance beneath the surface. And in the stillness, human imagination traced arcs of bravery, fatigue, and quiet determination, connecting past effort with present reflection. Rusted chains and portholes captured drifting light, arcs glimmering across water, hypnotic and serene. Currents carried stories softly in gentle loops, past twisted masts and scattered ropes, arcs of memory, moving uninterrupted. Divers paused, suspended, hands resting lightly, eyes tracing patterns, thoughts synchronized with the meditative rhythm of the sea, and beneath it all, the wrecks exhaled slowly, a gentle testimony to the hypnotic persistence of memory. Even as time passed above, the seabed maintained its slow, careful rhythm, arcs of light and movement unbroken by storms or tide. Starfish and anemones decorated rails and chains, their slow expansion and contraction joining hypnotic cadence of life and memory below. Divers moved softly, bubbles rising in measured arcs, hands grazing smooth metal, tracing histories held silently by steel. Salt and faint metallic scent mingled, subtle grounding awareness in the hypnotic rhythm of presence beneath the waves. Fish paused in lazy schools, circling, weaving, forming arcs that echoed gentle human observation above. The sea held all in a patient embrace, currents flowing like soft sighs through decks and gun turrets, arcs of quiet persistence everywhere. Rust bloomed gently across bulkheads, shading light into muted tones. Every detail harmonized with hypnotic cadence of time and endurance, and in the rhythmic rise of bubbles, sway of debris, and slow drift of marine life, courage and effort traced arcs that refused to vanish completely. Every subtle shift, every arc of light, every soft reflection whispered continuity, carrying memory forward in gentle hypnotic pulse. The wreck slept, yet spoke, exhaling echoes of human persistence into the slow meditative ocean. Ropes, chains, and broken lifeboats settled softly on the seabed. Arcs of memory frozen yet alive in gentle balance. Divers traced paths between hulks, hands adjusting weight, eyes following gentle curves of steel, movements hypnotic in synchronization with currents. Light passed through gaps in metal, arcs of illumination cutting slowly across floors and rails, shadows deep and calm. Fish traced arcs through gun ports and open hatches, their slow, deliberate movements echoing meditative, human gesture. Salt and faint iron mingled in currents, carrying sensory reminders of past exertion, presence, and endurance. Every subtle creak of hull, sway of debris, and pulse of water reinforced hypnotic rhythm of observation and reflection. And in these soft movements, imagination could trace arcs of bravery, of decisions made in quiet determination, of persistence beyond presence. Rust and sediment decorated surfaces, gentle reminders of time's passage, arcs of decay, harmonized with arcs of life. Divers paused to hover gently, exhalations soft, hands tracing subtle arcs, thoughts synchronized with hypnotic cadence of preservation. The sea cradled every echo, every ripple, every memory, weaving endurance and reflection into slow, gentle rhythm. Beneath the waves, sunlight filtered in arcs, caressing decks, rails, and twisted metal, painting them in slow, hypnotic patterns. Fish moved lazily, fins slicing arcs through light, breathing life into spaces filled once with human purpose. Divers' bubbles traced gentle curves upward, merging rhythm with currents. salt, and faint metallic scent. Every subtle vibration, creak, and sway contributed to hypnotic meditation, connecting human courage with patient sea. Rusted railings and bulkheads captured light, arcs glimmering across hulls, quiet testaments to time's slow persistence. And in every measured movement, every gentle pause, every breath, memory persisted, hypnotic and serene beneath the Mediterranean's calm pulse. The sea seemed to breathe, arcs of current and shadow moving softly, carrying echoes of heroism and endurance forward. Even in stillness the wreck spoke, subtle yet persistent, arcs of courage reverberating silently across sand and water. Divers drifted slowly, tracing arcs of history, exhalations gentle, movements hypnotic, thoughts meditative and calm. And the ocean, timeless and patient, exhaled quietly, holding all echoes, all effort, all memory in its hypnotic embrace. Wrecks lay scattered like quiet monuments, arcs of hull and deck softened by sand, motion hypnotic under soft light. Fish traced languid loops through empty corridors, thin slicing arcs, shadows mingling with gentle illumination. Divers hovered, hands tracing lightly across railings, bubbles rising in slow rhythmic exhalations, presence deliberate, meditative, salt and faint metallic scent, merged with water, grounding awareness in hypnotic pulse of persistence. Rust bloomed across surfaces, arcs of orange and brown weaving patterns that echoed currents and movement. And in every small sway, every arc of fish, every gentle bubble, the memory of courage persisted, hypnotic and serene. Light refracted through water in delicate arcs, illuminating twisted masts and scattered lines. Slow and deliberate, divers exhaled softly, hands resting lightly, eyes tracing arcs of light and shadow, thoughts aligned with meditative rhythm of presence. The sea held all gently, softly, arcs of reflection and memory, moving slowly, inexorably, and beneath it, courage, endurance, and human stories lingered, hypnotic and quiet, in eternal meditation. Even as the sun sank above the horizon, arcs of refracted light penetrated depths, tracing hypnotic paths across rusted hulls and soft sand. Schools of fish traced slow circles, fins cutting arcs through gentle currents, rhythm synchronized with meditative pulse of water. Divers hovered calmly, exhalations rising in arcs, hands tracing soft surfaces, presence aligned with hypnotic cadence of endurance. Salt and faint iron mingled, grounding attention in slow, measured reflection of effort and courage past. Every subtle creak, sway, and ripple merged into hypnotic rhythm, arcs of memory threading through water, steel, and sand. Rust and sediment created patterns in muted color, arcs moving softly with currents, slow and meditative. And in each gentle breath, each floating pause, every soft glance, the echoes of heroism and endurance persisted. Light refracted across twisted metal, arcs reflecting gentle movement and time's patient rhythm. Divers' soft presence enhanced calm, creating meditative pulses that traced arcs of memory alongside currents. The sea exhaled slowly, patiently, hypnotically, carrying whispers of courage, endurance, and reflection forward, timeless beneath the waves. The wrecks, schools of fish, and gentle currents merged into one hypnotic rhythm. Arcs of light and shadow, motion and stillness intertwined. Divers drifted slowly, hands resting lightly, eyes tracing subtle patterns in rust, sand, and metal. Breath synchronized with meditative presence. Salt and faint metallic scent mingled in slow arcs, grounding attention in gentle reflection on persistence and survival. Every soft creak of metal, ripple of water, and swish of fins contributed to hypnotic pulse, arcs of memory moving slowly, carefully, Light cut delicate patterns through open decks and gun ports. Arcs of illumination, slow, mesmerizing, meditative. And in each gentle movement, every quiet exhalation, every soft observation, the courage of the past persisted hypnotically beneath the waves. The sea held its treasures gently, arcs of memory, endurance, and reflection flowing slowly through time and water. Divers paused, floating lightly, tracing arcs of history in mind. Exhalations quiet, movements aligned with hypnotic rhythm. Every motion, breath, and thought converged with patient pulse of ocean and legacy beneath. And beneath the Mediterranean's calm surface, the sea remembered softly, timeless, hypnotic, eternal. Malta awakens in a calm light, sun spilling softly over stone streets and gentle waves, arcs of warmth, tracing patterns across the harbour. Children's laughter drifts over quays and cobbled lanes, soft and rhythmic, mingling with the faint cries of gulls that glide lazily above. The sea shimmers quietly, its surface punctuated by ripples and arcs of light, reflecting both sky and memory in hypnotic harmony. Boats rock gently, tethered lines swaying with subtle pulse, carrying a timeless rhythm that has endured through decades. Salt and warmth linger in the air, mingling with faint scents of seaweed and sun-warmed stone, grounding presence in gentle awareness. Elders pause by railings, hands resting lightly, eyes tracing the horizon where ships once battled waves and bombs. Windows glint, arcs of sunlight dancing softly across panes, each reflection a delicate meditation on the passage of time. Even the wind moves with quiet deliberation, weaving through narrow streets and open harbours in a slow, hypnotic pattern. The echoes of history seem present yet distant, as if the island itself exhales, carrying lessons of courage and endurance. And in every subtle movement, every soft sound, Malta hums gently, arcs of memory and presence interwoven, carrying the listener forward. Fishermen move slowly along the quays, nets draped across shoulders, hands tracing ropes with careful arcs, mindful of both present and past. Children chase drifting leaves, fingers skimming water, tracing gentle patterns across the surface. Laughter rising in hypnotic cadence. The harbour hums softly, small waves lapping with rhythm that mirrors breathing, steady and deliberate. Salt air mixes with faint wood and metal, subtle and grounding, connecting every step to the pulse of the sea and memory. Boats creak lightly as lines adjust with gentle arcs, rocking in hypnotic synchronicity with the currents below. Elders nod quietly to one another, eyes soft, gestures slow, as if acknowledging stories too deep for words. Windows reflect arcs of sunlight across stone and water, tiny prisms of calm that drift and shift with the day. Even gulls trace lazy loops in the sky, wings cutting arcs through air, rhythm echoing the meditative pulse below, and each soft exhalation of the wind, each ripple of water, each quiet step carries traces of history forward, gentle and deliberate. Malta holds itself in presence, each moment a meditation on endurance and fragile joy. The streets are alive with quiet activity, measured and hypnotic, arcs of movement tracing life's return. Children's voices rise and fall in gentle cadence, synchronized with the soft swish of water along hulls and quays. Mothers and fathers move with deliberate care, hands brushing baskets and stone, gestures slow and rhythmic. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke from kitchens blend with air, carrying subtle reminders of resilience and recovery. Fish move in arcs along sunlit shallows, fins slicing patterns, a gentle ballet beneath calm waves. Every subtle sound, every shift of shadow, every small gesture threads into a continuous, hypnotic rhythm. Elders pause at corners and railings, exhaling softly, eyes tracing arcs across harbour and rooftops, meditative in presence. Boats sway lightly in arcs of synchronized motion, ropes humming gently with tension, carrying subtle echoes of labor and care. Children chase shadows and reflections, arcs of light tracing patterns on stone and water, hypnotic and serene, and across all movement, sound and light, Malta exhales slowly, patient and luminous, arcs of memory and gratitude flowing forward. The harbour stretches beyond the eye, arcs of light rippling over calm water, reflections of boats and stone mingling in hypnotic pulse. Nets dry in sun, arcs of cord and fibre tracing intricate patterns, small movements synchronized with gentle waves below. Sailors and dock workers move slowly, adjusting lines, hands brushing rope and wood with deliberate care, rhythm soft and measured. Salt, warmth, and faint metallic scent linger, subtle and grounding, connecting all presence to past effort and current life. Fish dart lazily beneath anchored vessels, fins tracing arcs that mirror arcs of light above, hypnotic and serene. Children lean over railings, fingers skimming water, arcs of reflection dancing with gentle ripples, laughter subdued and soft. Elders rest lightly on benches, hands folded, eyes tracing soft arcs across sky, stone and water, reflecting on endurance that shaped the island. The wind moves in measured currents, weaving gentle arcs through sails, lines and open windows, hypnotic and deliberate. And in every soft gesture, every ripple, every inhalation of salt-laden air, Malta holds history close, arcs of memory and calm weaving together. The island breathes softly, luminous and quiet, arcs of gratitude and remembrance, threading hypnotically across harbour and heart. Light shifts slowly across the harbour, arcs of gold and silver dancing across water and hulls in soft hypnotic movement. Children pause to watch reflections, arcs of sun tracing gentle paths across gentle waves, curiosity mingling with calm presence. Elders nod softly, fingers resting lightly on stone, arcs of thought tracing memory and endurance with each measured breath. Boats drift lazily, lines taut but moving gently, swaying in arcs that echo the rhythm of air and water. Salt, warmth, and faint sense of sun-baked stone blend, grounding attention in calm reflection, hypnotic and steady. Fish weave slow patterns beneath hulls, arcs tracing light through water, small ripples carrying soft presence. The harbour hums faintly, waves lapping rhythmically, arcs of energy moving slowly from stone to water, from memory to mind. Children skip lightly along quays, feet tracing arcs over stone, small hands brushing railings and ropes, gestures synchronized with gentle pulse of life. Sailors pause, hands on hips, eyes tracing arcs across water and sky, inhaling the calm and exhaling softly, and across all soft motion, light and sound, Malta exhales, arcs of gratitude, endurance and reflection gently carrying all forward. Evening settles softly, arcs of amber and rose stretching across stone and water, blending sky with sea in hypnotic calm. Children's laughter fades into whispered games, soft feet tracing arcs across quays and streets, breath synchronized with gentle exhalations of adults nearby. Elders tilt heads toward horizon, arcs of thought drifting, recalling days of courage and endurance, meditative and serene. Boats sway with gentle arcs, ropes humming faint, rhythmic tones, carrying hypnotic echoes of labor and history. Salt, warmth, and faint smoke from kitchens linger in air, arcs of scent grounding presence in reflective meditation. Fish drift slowly beneath anchored hulls, arc-slicing currents in rhythmic, hypnotic harmony. Windows reflect arcs of fading sunlight, glimmering across stone and water in calm patterns, soft and deliberate. The wind moves in measured loops through narrow streets and open harbor, arcs of presence connecting past and present. And in every quiet exhalation, every ripple, every gesture, Malta threads memory and hope together in hypnotic cadence. The island breathes softly beneath sky and sun, arcs of gratitude, courage and calm, flowing steadily onward. Night deepens gradually, arcs of silver and indigo blending sky and water in hypnotic stillness. Children rest beside parents, small hands entwined, breath slow, arcs of quiet reflection threading through warmth and stone. Boats rock lightly, ropes humming faint tones, arcs synchronized with meditative pulse of waves and wind. Salt and faint metallic scent linger softly, grounding every presence in gentle reflective awareness. Fish glide lazily beneath water, arcs of motion tracing light and shadow, hypnotic and serene. Elders trace arcs of memory with gentle exhalations, eyes reflecting distant battles and quiet endurance. The harbor hums softly, waves lapping in gentle rhythm, arcs of presence and reflection intertwining beneath calm sky. Windows glimmer faintly, arcs of light reflecting soft motions across stone, water, and memory. Every subtle breath, ripple, and movement threads into hypnotic pattern, arcs of history and gratitude flowing quietly forward. Malta rests beneath quiet sky, luminous and serene, arcs of courage, endurance, and hope threading softly through time and space. The island exhales slowly, luminous beneath stars, arcs of reflection and gratitude stretching across water, stone, and memory. Children sleep, small forms rising and falling gently, breath synchronized with calm pulse of harbor and night air. Boats sway lightly, lines humming softly, arcs of rhythm, merging with waves and wind in meditative presence. Salt and warmth linger, scent arcs mixing with faint brine, grounding attention in hypnotic calm. Fish trace gentle arcs through shadowed shallows, reflections of light weaving soft patterns across hulls and sand. Elders tilt heads skyward, arcs of thought drifting through decades of courage, endurance, and quiet hope. Windows shimmer faintly, arcs of silver reflecting stars, water and stone in soft, deliberate rhythm. Every soft exhalation, every ripple, every subtle movement threads together, memory, presence, and reflection in hypnotic cadence. Malta rests in luminous calm, arcs of gratitude, courage, and survival weaving silently through time and harbor, and beneath the quiet sky, the sea remembers, not the battle, but the courage that kept hope alive.